Hello, everybody. How we doing? Hello, Mithril Mist. Hello, Gay Aaron. Hello, 10-letter name. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, LB. Hello, Larzers. Thank you for the compliment. Hello, Nanachi. Hello, Avalon of Babylon. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Ashley. Hello, Kyryu. Hello, Shaloon. This boat does indeed have no brakes. Hello, Vegcom. Hello, Neuron. Hello, Aaron Lopez. Hello, HW. Hello, one and all. Hello, I'm Idaho. Happy Friday the 13th to you as well. And I gotta say, I am a bit burnt out on news, because, guys, I gotta tell you, it's not there's not a lot of good news today related to Israel and Palestine. Unfortunately, I wish we had better news. But we'll get to it real quick. The news has been absolutely exhausting. Yeah, and I feel like an asshole saying that, right? Because, like, it's not that hard for me to, like, cover it, you know? I mean, compared to the people going through it. Let's just watch George Santos losing his shit over and over on loop and play video games. I could get behind that. But I figure what we'll do, okay? I figure we will go over Israel-Palestine stuff, get the heavy stuff out of the way, and then we'll pivot into covering analog horror. As you all know, we've been doing a dive into different analog horror series on YouTube, and I found several more that I hadn't heard of before that might be of interest to folks, and I'll let you guys vote on which one. All right. We'll get into it. So I saw the announcement last night, but haven't seen any clear coverage so far. Is it because there's a news blackout? The announcement of what last night, Killjoy? Like, basically every hour more stuff is coming out. And it is a doozy today. Nice mug. Thank you, Soshi Inertia. I'm quite fond of it. You too can own your very own Riverboat Jack merch. Okay. The ground invasion and evacuation, but I haven't seen any real news besides people covering the UN response. Yeah, we'll get into that. Pretty much first thing here. So, folks, Yesterday, I was on Leftist Mafia, and news broke that the Israeli military was sending out an alert to all residents of northern Gaza to evacuate to southern Gaza because they will be doing massive amounts of bombing and a ground campaign to invade the Gaza Strip. Ostensibly to recover hostages and finish Hamas. Now, last night I heard from a different streamer that Israel has been using white phosphorus on civilians. Yes, additionally, do not be suckered into lies about the Israeli military is only carrying out strikes against targets it knows hold Hamas militants. No, they are just indiscriminately bombing, and that is shown by the fact that they are using white phosphorus, an illegal weapon of war. Like it is a war crime to use, and it's also one of the reasons it is considered a war crime to use is because it is indiscriminate. It is not something you can really aim with any degree of accuracy, and it is associated with dramatic increases in civilian mortality rates, meaning that it kills a lot of innocent people, and they're dropping it on the Palestinians, and accompanying it with like talking about burning the entire country to the ground. Hey, Tegma. I've been getting all my news from those channels Elon recommended. Apparently, it's breaking news that Jewish people did something. Yeah. Additionally, after announcing that, again, 1.1 million people, half the population of Gaza, had to compress itself into the lower half of Gaza, they began bombing anyone who actually left northern Gaza. So one of the stories here, this is from MSNBC.
NBC News can now report 3 convoys of what appear to be evacuees were just hit by Israeli strikes in Gaza. That's according to the Palestinian Health Ministry, and also some of our own interviews. 70 people are dead. Only an hour. IDF said an extensive attack against military targets within Gaza was underway. This morning, Israel dropped thousands of leaflets in the north of the Strip, warning civilians to go south.
By the way, if you're wondering, hey, why did they have to drop leaflets to tell civilians that? It's because they've cut off electricity, and most of people's devices that are powered by electricity have run out by now. And on top of that, if there does happen to be anybody in the Gaza Strip who has access to electronics and solar panels or something like that haven't been bombed, they're cutting the internet. I don't know if they've cut the internet already. In some places it looks like they might have, but the cutoff for all of Gaza being taken off of the internet is tomorrow. So essentially what it seems like is the Israeli military cut water, food, electricity, waited for people's batteries to die, and are now cutting off the internet to prevent the broadcasting of war crimes. Over 500,000 soldiers have massed on the border of Gaza, and the rhetoric is not changing here. Here's again one of the 5 members of Israel's war cabinet, newly formed, just openly saying they are going to kill everybody.
עזה לא תחזור להיות מה שהייתה, וחמאס לא יהיה. חסל את הכל. ייקח זמן. זה ייקח יום, זה לא ייקח שבוע. ייקח שבועות ואולי חודשים. אנחנו נגיע לכל המקומות. לא יהיה מצב את האחים שלנו, את הילדים שלנו, את ההורים שלנו ירצחו אותנו. כאילו אנחנו נמצאים במצב של מדינה, ואנחנו לא נגיב. אז אנחנו מבינים שחמאס רצה לשנות את המצב. זה ישתנה, עוד 180 מעלות בחזרה, הם יצטערו על הרגע הזה. יצטערו.
Yeah, no, he's just openly declaring that they are going to kill everybody. And additionally, there is more and more violence towards Palestinians on the West Bank, or in the West Bank, I should say, the occupied West Bank. 14 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces. Those are just people protesting the fact that Gaza is being bombed to shit. They're getting murdered by Israel's police force for protesting. Protests were held in cities across the Israeli-occupied territory on Friday, including Ramallah, Tulkarem, Nablus, and Hebron, hours after Israel ordered residents in northern Gaza to evacuate their homes ahead of an expected ground invasion. The AFP news agency reported that at least 3 people were killed in the town of Tulkarem, and a 14-year-old boy was killed in Beit Furik near Nablus. The news outlet DPA reported that Israeli settlers alongside soldiers took part in some confrontations with Palestinian protesters. Now, what that translates to, by the way, is whenever you hear settlers took part in violence alongside soldiers, is essentially the Israeli settlers, who are, definitionally, if you are an Israeli settler, you are illegally claiming land within Palestinian territory. What has happened since the Hamas attacks, Israeli settlers have armed up more than they ever have before, and they are just engaging in killing Palestinians on site, essentially. There's a video, I believe I have it here, that we're going to cover. It's horrible. It's horrible, horrible stuff. But there's a video circulating around of an Israeli settler, being confronted by a Palestinian, and he just pulls out a gun and shoots the Palestinian in the stomach. And no one around him can retaliate because there are armed IDF soldiers around him. Like, he's just allowed to kill somebody in broad daylight. That is what is happening right now. Additionally, there is pretty decent evidence from reporters on the ground, eyewitness reports, that Israel, with its airstrikes and artillery strikes, is targeting not just civilians, but also medical personnel and journalists. And also medical care facilities. This was earlier today. Israel gave Al Ada Hospital just 2 hours to evacuate. Our staff are still treating patients. We unequivocally condemn this action, the continued indiscriminate bloodshed and attacks on healthcare in Gaza. We are trying to protect our staff and patients. They are just bombing hospitals. Yeah, I found the video here. You can see exactly what happens here. There's no getting around this. This is the Israeli settler. This is the Palestinian man. Oh, sorry. This guy's the Israeli settler. Content warning, of course. Settler just pops out from behind a rock, walks up, hits him with the gun, knocks him down, and shoots him in the stomach. This is backed, as you can see here, by the IDF. This is an IDF soldier coming on over, not to prevent any bloodshed, by the way, but to protect this man who just shot somebody. Look at how unbothered he is. Literally, a guy came and stole their land and houses and is now picking up arms to just shoot them indiscriminately. Apparently, he later shot at the ambulance trying to prevent them transporting the Palestinian who he just shot to the hospital. Yeah, sounds about right. These atrocities are being committed en masse. Every action they have taken since the Hamas attack has been unquestioningly a war crime. The UN and the international community has just shown they only care about war crimes when other people do them. Well, yeah. There is an incredible amount of cowardice around this issue. Because, frankly, no one wants to get on the wrong side of the United States. And that means you gotta support Israel, you know? If you want to stay in the U.S.'s good graces, you gotta support Israel. At this point, there is only one thing that would cause Israel to stand down, and that is the United States exerting an immense amount of diplomatic pressure. And it is looking very unlikely that that is going to happen. Now, there have been a number of stories floating around today, such as a leaked internal memo indicating that the American State Department has basically said to all of its ambassadors, do not use the terms de-escalation or call for the end of the bloodshed, or do anything remotely in support of Palestinians. And a lot of this has people doom-pilling, and myself included, if I'm going to be honest with you. That being said, the word on the street, the political scuttlebutt from behind the scenes, is essentially that the United States has been working very intensely with Egypt to try and open a humanitarian corridor and secure that, along with the cooperation of the Israelis, to ensure that they don't bomb that humanitarian corridor to allow Gazans to escape into Egypt. However, Egypt seems to have closed down those diplomatic entreaties entirely, which is now why we're seeing a slight shift in rhetoric from Biden, and I think we're going to see maybe this increase over the next few days. But here's Biden earlier today.
The humanitarian crisis in Gaza. At my direction, our teams are working in the region, including communicating directly with the governments of Israel, Egypt, Jordan, and other Arab nations, and the United Nations to surge support and humanitarian consequences for Hamas attack to help Israel. You know, we can't lose sight of the fact that the overwhelming majority of Palestinians had nothing to do with Hamas and Hamas's appalling attacks, and they're suffering as a result as well. This morning, I spoke with the family members of all those Americans who are still in the humanitarian crisis.
So, essentially, if you look at what Biden has been communicating to the Israelis, and in slight shifts of rhetoric like this, first of all, in a publicly facing way, he basically called out Israel and said, hey, don't do war crimes. Now, you might be saying, Jack, that's the lowest possible bar, and of course it is, right? However, the fact that Biden said that at all indicates that there is an internal awareness of exactly how bad this is going to get. And the shift in rhetoric here is likely due to the fact that there are no escape routes. And the internal realization in Washington right now is essentially that this ground invasion is going to happen, and war crimes on a scale we can't even really comprehend are about to happen. So the diplomatic pressure, I think, is in the process of increasing. However, this is far too late to actually. There is a slim chance, a very slim chance, that the pressure is going to become great enough in a short enough amount of time to possibly prevent this ground invasion. But I very, very much doubt it. Okay, I very much doubt it. At this point, Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu are in too deep. They've already mobilized 500,000 soldiers. And frankly, things are on a knife's edge in a lot of different directions at the moment. One of the major news stories of the day is that, well, Hezbollah and Israel have been exchanging fire. Israel shelled different military outposts in Lebanon. It's unclear to me from the reporting whether or not those military outposts belong to Hezbollah or the Lebanese government. And now the conflict seems to be expanding beyond just the Gaza Strip. I don't know how serious this is going to be. Like, maybe it's just like a tit for tat like situation going on. But it's not great. You know, certainly not great. Yeah. Israeli shelling strikes Lebanese army post after infiltration warning. Israeli shelling struck a Lebanese army observation post at the border on Friday, 3 sources in Lebanon told Reuters, after the Israeli military warned of a suspected armed infiltration that it said it was responding to with artillery fire. So, they suspected an armed intrusion, so they just started blasting. Israel later ruled out that any incursion had occurred, and residents of a village near the border, which had been instructed to hold up at home and lock doors and windows, were told they could go again outdoors. Later, Lebanon's Iran-backed, heavily armed Hezbollah group said it had carried out attacks on a number of border areas as a response to attacks Israel carried out earlier the day on southern Lebanese towns. The military statement said there had been an explosion at the adjacent border fence, which was lightly damaged. So, yeah, it's there have been a number of these clashes over the last few days, and there is a decent chance that if these tit-for-tat exchanges continue to happen, Hezbollah will attempt to retaliate. There's a thought that because of the terrain, Israeli troops will have a difficult time fighting Hamas. Not only the terrain, but the extensive tunnels Hamas has dug over the last 2 years they've spent plotting and planning. Well, yeah, I mean, that's why they've amassed 500,000 troops to do it, you know? they've effectively like brought up to bear, you know, the population of Gaza is 2.2 million. They have essentially like one soldier for every 4 Gazans, and remember, half of all of Gaza's population are children. So, like, I mean, they are going to counter the difficulty of the terrain with just overwhelming force. Now, also worth noting that the shelling in southern Lebanon killed a journalist and wounded several others. In fact, it appeared that the shelling was actually targeting the journalists, who were all very clearly marked as journalists. You know, journalists wear distinctive like helmet gear and body armor. They're carrying cameras, etc. And yeah, the shelling injured several reporters and killed one. At least one journalist has been killed and 6 wounded, including 2 Al Jazeera reporters, in shelling by Israeli forces in southern Lebanon, according to witnesses at the scene. The Reuters news agency confirmed on Friday that Issam Abdallah, a videographer, was killed in the attack. Notice, by the way, that we just read the Reuters article, and it says nothing in it about their own reporter being killed in this shelling. They are so spineless that they don't want to say who killed him. Hey, Mama M Media. Al Jazeera said camera person Eli Brakiha and reporter Carmen Jukadar were also wounded. The tank shell hit them directly. It was horrible. The situation over there was, I can't explain, I can't describe it. Al Jazeera correspondent Ali Hashem reported from Alma al-Shab, Lebanon, adding that the team of reporters had been clearly marked as press. Agency France Press news agency said 2 of its reporters were also among those injured. AFP reported, citing a Lebanese security source, that the shelling followed from an attempted infiltration of the Israeli border from southern Lebanon by a Palestinian faction. However, remember, this didn't happen. They were literally killed for no reason. They were literally killed for no reason. There wasn't even an attempted infiltration. They just got skittish and bombed people who were marked as press. Yeah, here's Reuters' statement. We're deeply saddened to learn that our videographer, Issam Abdallah, has been killed. Issam was part of a Reuters crew in southern Lebanon who is providing a live signal. We are urgently seeking more information, working with authorities in the region, and supporting Issam's family and colleagues. Reuters journalists Thayer al-Sudani and Maher Nanazeh were also sustained injuries and are seeking medical care. Our thoughts are with the families at this terrible time. They can't even say, and they know full well who did it. Israel has tons of troops, but does Israel possess the amount of money it's going to take to keep those numbers potentially for years? Yes. Israel is a very wealthy country. And also the United States sends billions of dollars to them specifically for military purposes. Was this covered that Biden had to retract misinfo he stated during his address? Oh yeah. Again, I don't really care so much about this story, because at the heart of it, like, babies and children were killed by Hamas. Like that is just a fact. Whether or not they were beheaded, I don't really care. Um, one is more heinous, I suppose, but either way, they're dead. Um, and I understand Biden. Like there was so much misinfo flying around, related to that from multiple journalists who claimed to have been on the ground. But at the end of the day, what we're looking at right now is Israel killing a lot of babies. It's horrible. Even in this horrible though, even in this horrible mess, um, we have tales of heroism. One of these heroic organizations is Palestine Red Crescent Society, which is basically a Red Cross like group that operates within Palestinian territory. And they put out a statement today. Again, everyone in Palestine right now, journalists, doctors, etc., are dealing with the fact that electricity is going to be gone soon. So in some cases, these are the final messages that are going to get out of Gaza. The Palestinian Red Crescent Society, despite the occupation's threats to shell, the decision has been made. We did and will not leave. Our medics will carry on their humanitarian duties. We won't leave people to face death alone. And just to really hammer home, like, what this means, Israel has been targeting healthcare workers. They've been targeting ambulances. We saw in some of our coverage yesterday, multiple blown out ambulances. Any cars that are carrying people get targeted by shelling and air bombs, air raids. Yeah, we talked a little bit earlier about how a hospital was given 2 hours to evacuate before it got bombed. They're staying even though they know in this field of death that they're going to be singled out. Remember them. Do you think it's important to highlight what Americans can do? Because during the primaries in 2024, AIPAC and pro-Israel investors are going to be throwing money at ads to unseat and attack anyone who even abstained from the vote for Israel funding. Yeah, well, and that's one of the things, and this is why I have brought it back around to what we can do here in America domestically, right? Because it is very easy to feel hopeless, and it is very easy to give into despair. But ultimately, when we are looking at what we in America can do, what we can do is a lot. We can do a lot. but it's not going to be in a satisfying, direct way. You know? And it's also not going to have an immediate effect on the conflict that is ongoing. And all of that is very frustrating, but we need to state it up front. So, if you want to make sure or change this dynamic at all, you have to get involved in your local, state, and national races. You know, you gotta volunteer for progressive candidates. You gotta phone bank. You know, we've talked about getting involved on this channel. This is one of the reasons why you get involved. Because the politics and the situation, the military situation in Israel, all flow downstream from American hegemony. All of it. All of it. Israel relies on the diplomatic relationship it has with the United States. It relies on the support it gets from the United States. And without that, it would be in a truly vulnerable position. And if we can use that imbalance to prevent genocide, we have every moral reason to do so. So, when I say get involved with local, state, and national races, we are going to be here on this show talking about how you can do that as these elections draw closer. There are going to be spots open to phone bank for candidates big and small, you know, whether it's a state race or a national race or a local race, okay? And we're going to give you an avenue to get involved with those. We're very likely to team up with Progressive Victory on a lot of that. And Progressive Victory provides trainings on how you guys can be more effective organizers, how you can be effective doing phone banking, how you can be effective on door knocking. And we need as many people getting good at that as possible. Because if you're good at it, you can teach someone else how to do it. You can get other people involved. And honestly, if you're like unemployed and looking for something to do, with just a little bit of practice and dedication, you can even get a job full-time, like organizing phone banks or organizing door-to-door knocks. And like a lot of people might be like, oh, well, how many, like, what good does that do? Well, again, when you're sent out to phone bank, when you're sent out to knock on doors, you're knocking on the doors and you're calling up people who are already likely to vote, but who might need a little bit of an extra push to turn out to the poll on election day. You know? This is super important because, again, these smaller races or these national races, this is where our domestic policy gets made, but it's also where our foreign policy gets made.
Enjoy your first Pride event, Natalie Lush.
And what we're talking about here is can be exponential. You know, one person could knock 100 doors. You know? And each one of those doors knocked means one person who is much more likely to go vote. And not only does it mean that person is more likely to go vote, it means their entire household is more likely to go vote. So 100 doors might mean 200 votes. And yeah, you can walk 100 doors in a single session. There are some people who can do even more than that. And if you know, getting out and walking, putting on your walking shoes isn't your thing, you can wear pajamas and do phone banking, and every single person you talk to is more likely to turn out to vote, and their entire household more likely to turn out to vote. When I say that we had so many volunteers from this community, and my community is tiny. My community is small. But we got a critical number of people in our community to do phone banking, to turn out and knock doors. And the number of doors knocked, the number of people called, I've seen the metrics. They made the difference in races for the U.S. Senate. They made the difference in races for the U.S. House. They made the difference in the Wisconsin State Supreme Court race. This is something that happens. We have the power to affect change, not just in the general election, but also in the primaries. And if you can get people to turn out in the general and, cut their teeth and learn more about how to do this, then you can have more people turn out in the midterms where volunteers have even more outsized impact on the success of a campaign. Because keep in mind, chat, Republicans might have money, but money doesn't vote, at least not yet. Okay? We've got people. So I need you all to remember we have more power than people in positions of power want us to believe. So that if you are dedicated to wanting to do something about this, and you should be, if you have a heart, you should want to end and prevent genocide. You have things you can do. Progressive Victory has trainings that you can do. You can actually start preparing now to get involved in end of the year races in 2023. There's a gigantic race coming up in Virginia that has national implications. Some of these races that are coming up that aren't getting a ton of media attention, they are what is going to determine whether or not people have bodily autonomy in some states. But also, on top of there being domestic good, your vested interest in the bodily autonomy of people in America, these are the people who make and decide our foreign policy and who influence our foreign policy. Right now, we have 4, 5 members of Congress who are brave enough to actually point out that Israel is doing war crimes. When it's plain as day. It's plain as day. They're doing them in the open in front of rolling cameras. We need to elect people with more bravery, with more spine. And we can do that. I promise we can do that. Wait, here we go. I think this is it. There's the command. You can use the command volunteer over in the site chat to get a link to get involved in Progressive Victory. I highly recommend any of you do it. It's a great way to make friends if you're in the market for those. It's also just a great way to get out and do something that actually has a tangible impact. I've worked with them in the past. I will be working with them in the future, I'm sure. Now's the time to get involved. It's always better to have planted a tree 20 years ago, but the best time to plant a tree is now. So, yeah. Now, in case you want to know if Palestinians are or Israelis are on the wrong side of history, here's George W. Bush.
It's going to be chaotic, and it's going to be, look, it's a democracy, and in a democracy, the people's voices matter, and there's going to be a weariness. You watch, the world's going to be, okay, let's negotiate. You know, Israel's got to negotiate. They're not going to negotiate. These people have played their cards. They want to kill as many Israelis as they can, and negotiating with killers is not an option for the elected government of Israel. And so we're just going to have to remain steadfast, but it's not going to take long. It's gone on too long. Surely there's a way to settle this through negotiations. Both sides are guilty. My view is one side is guilty, and it's not Israel.
Again, the majority of people in Gaza,
the
majority of people in Gaza support continuing the ceasefire. A majority of people in Gaza support a two-state solution with the 1967 borders. These negotiations have always been on the table. But frankly, Israel is not interested in meeting those types of negotiations. Because if they did, they would have to remove the illegal settlements. Or the illegal settlements would have to be would be repossessed by a Palestinian state. And Israel is also not interested in a one-state solution. Otherwise, they would have incorporated the Gaza Strip and the West Bank into Israel. They don't incorporate those places into Israel because they are worried about the demographic shift it would make in the only democracy in the Middle East. They literally don't want Palestinians as citizens of Israel because it would mean they would be able to vote. A majority of people in Gaza are children. Yeah. And yes, there are currently you'll note that there is currently just insane propaganda going on. Both public facing propaganda, but also propaganda behind the scenes. Jess is linking to The Intercept's report about J Street, basically trying to muscle Democrats into supporting Israel and not supporting Palestinians and Palestinian rights. And that is what is happening behind the scenes. The moneyed interests, the lobbying groups are exercising their muscle.
This is what all the Shonen ANME were preparing US for chat.
And what gets me here is just they're so brazen about it. Like the propaganda is actually so insane that my jaw dropped when I saw it. My jaw dropped. Pull this up here. Yeah, here it is. So, last night on Leftist Mafia, I talked about how the Israeli state is running advertisements on children's media on YouTube. That wasn't a joke. Here it is. We know that your child cannot read this. We have an important message to tell you as parents. 40 infants were murdered in Israel by the Hamas terrorists, ISIS. Just as you would do anything for your child, we will do everything to protect ours. Now hug your baby and stand with us. Psychotic. Again, if you're wondering how the Nazis were able to prep the German public to be completely at ease with millions of their fellow, their neighbors, their friends, suddenly going missing, being massacred and mass murdered. This is the type of propaganda that gets that done. This is dehumanizing, and the express purpose of this is to basically make the public at large feel okay with war crimes. This is designed to this is the equivalent of like during the Rwandan genocide, when they would call the opposition they would call I always get the two sides mixed up in that, I'm sorry, but they would call them cockroaches. They're just cockroaches. Stamp them out. This is the equivalent of that, except it's being broadcast to the world to lull the world into being complicit and complacent with the massacre of Palestinians. Well, I know it was the Tutsi and the Hutu. I just didn't remember which side was which. Now, remember when I talked about that feel-good story yesterday about the 95-year-old Israeli man who is being pulled out into the reserves to boost morale, and it was portrayed as a heartwarming story, and then everyone found out that he, was actually part of a terrorist organization that tried to ally itself with Hitler twice during World War II, and also tried to ally itself with Mussolini, and also tried to ally itself with Joseph Stalin, and prided itself on killing civilians. Like, explicitly prided itself on being a terrorist organization that just killed Arab civilians. Okay? Well, here he is. We have an example now of his uplifting, rallying cry to the IDF troops. Sorry, I'm gonna turn off the volume, and I'm gonna just read it off as it plays. Be triumphant and finish them off. And don't leave anyone behind. Erase the memory of them. Erase them, their families, mothers, and children. These animals can no longer live. Nowadays, we have no excuse. Tomorrow, Hezbollah could send airstrikes on us.
These events need to be documented.
And the Arabs here could attack us. So we have no excuse. Every Jew with a weapon should go out and kill them. If you have an Arab neighbor, don't wait. Go to his home and shoot him. Attack them and don't wait for them to fire airstrikes at us. And for the Iron Dome to activate. Attack them before that. We want to invade, not like before. We want to enter and destroy what is in the one after it. With all the forces, complete destruction. Enter and destroy. As you can see, we will witness things we've never dreamed of. And again, when he's saying that, he's not saying, sunshine and daisies. He's talking about, how he's longed for the day of genocide against the Palestinian people. That's his dream. His dream is mass murdering 2 million people, half of whom are children. Let them drop bombs on them and erase them. All the prophecies sent by the prophets are about to occur. Now, if you're wondering about that part, there is a sect of Judaism that believes, the reconstruction of Israel as a nation is going to herald the coming of the Messiah. Because again, in Christianity, Jesus is the Messiah, but in Judaism, the Messiah hasn't come yet. So, yeah. It is. Again, I've been saying this is genocide, this is genocide. The IDF picked this guy and is sending him around to other IDF soldiers to tell them that. To tell them that this is what they are being sent to do. This is not going to be a ground invasion of Gaza to just take out Hamas. Already today, throughout the day, we've seen ground incursions into Gaza by boots on the ground, allegedly in clashes with Hamas. Again, it's likely that as all internet access is cut off in Gaza by tomorrow, the invasion is going to begin, and it's going to be a massacre. It is unconscionable. Yeah, it's currently seems to be around 6:30 in the morning. Saturday in Gaza. Just everyone's waking up and it's going to be a horrific day. Hasn't the massacre already begun? No. Civilians are being killed. But the reason I say that the massacre hasn't begun is because, like, again, we're not going to see that happen until the boots are in Gaza. They are committing war crimes. That is true. The white phosphorus has been used, verified by multiple international agencies. But what we're seeing is just the prelude to the massacres. What we are seeing is indiscriminate bombing. But following the mass evacuation order, while thousands of Gazans did indeed flee south, the overwhelming majority of people in Gaza, in North Gaza, stayed in North Gaza. Because they know there's nowhere for them to go if they go into South Gaza, and if they do leave to go to South Gaza, they get bombed anyway. Again, 70 people were killed trying to flee northern Gaza after Israel dropped the pamphlets. This isn't like what we are seeing right now is horrible. But this is just the beginning of it. This is just the beginning of it. The IDF is going to mass bomb. They are currently bombing indiscriminately, but what we are seeing is nothing near what they're talking about yet. Their rhetoric is talking about turning the Gaza Strip into a parking lot. They are talking about leveling the entire strip. What we're seeing is not that yet. What we're seeing is softening it up. That's what we are seeing right now. I don't think any of us are ready for what we're gonna see, because this is what you do before a ground invasion against an equivalent force. This is the tactic you do for an equivalent force. You bomb them, you soften them up, and then you intensify the bombing and the shelling right before you send in ground forces. Fembro, you did not miss the Analogue horror segment. That's going to come up as kind of like when we're done having talked about Israel-Palestine. We'll be relaxing with Analogue horror in honor of Friday the 13th. I've seen stuff from Bosnia, Kosovo, so I kind of get the idea. But yeah, this will be brutality on another level. Yeah, it's... I've seen people on the YouTube Gaza live stream that cheer on this genocide. What? You've seen people on the Gaza live stream cheer on the mass murder of people in Gaza?
You know where the link is, chat.
The Israeli right is so disgusting. I have to keep reminding myself that at least some Israelis are redeemable. They are. And what we're seeing, by the way, is that the majority of Israelis want Netanyahu to resign. The majority of Israelis do not approve of what is happening with Hamas. Or not with Hamas, with the Israeli military. They do not approve of, the war crimes being done against Palestinians. However, what we're seeing right now is the result of 20 years, 30 years even, because Netanyahu, I believe, came into power in the 90s. Around 30 years of Netanyahu consolidating power and surrounding himself with yes men. There's no one to pump the brakes on this. And frankly, Netanyahu is being put in a position where he is afraid of looking weak, and he is being given an awful lot of power that would allow him to subvert judicial,
Another site, chat friendo.
Subvert judicial control of his office. So in a desperate situation like this, he is very eager to flex power and to look powerful. And I mean, frankly, all indications are, to me, is that he is going to massacre the Palestinian people to further his own political ambition in a desperate bid to both maintain and seize more power. Our government didn't care when we complained about Iraq. A million people marched on parliament, and we still went to war. The powers do as they please. Democracy is a lie. I disagree. I disagree. Because part of the problem is, a million people marching, that's great. But what we need is a million people, backing their local, state, and national progressives. We need people doing that so that we can counter the insane amounts of money that the Israeli government spends lobbying the United States politicians. That, at the end of the day, we need people to call, we need people to knock doors. And we need to exert as much pressure as possible. It's really the only thing we can do that is meaningful in the slightest. I know that what Biden has done has been very small. It's been very small shifts in rhetoric over the last 24 hours. I hope. I mean, honestly, again, remember when I was telling you yesterday that the humanitarian corridor and just an ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip would be like a best case scenario at this point? Well, now it's today, and that humanitarian corridor is still closed. And the Biden administration knows that that corridor is closed, and that the Gazan people have nowhere to go. The Palestinians have nowhere to go. And I do think that Biden will put diplomatic pressure on Israel when news reports start coming out of massacres. That's basically inevitable. And I think the people in the White House know that. Some of the information that I have indicates that there are already preparations underway. Remember the carrier strike group that was dispatched? Apparently there are two of them. One of the aircraft carriers is currently alleged, again, take with massive grains of salt, is currently fitting itself to be used as a hospital for Palestinians. There are clearly steps underway currently that indicate that there are people in positions of power that know what's about to happen. I don't see how this will be good for Israel in the long run. Well, it's not. It's not going to be good for Israel in the long run. But that's because Israel is run by fascists, and fascists will do what is short-term expedient to maintain their power.
Apologies in advance for spamming the link chat.
I really do think we need more people turning out for local elections. Yeah, Celestial Heart. Like, a lot of people don't know, but if you can get like 10, 15, 25 dedicated people in a local level election to like volunteer to phone bank and knock doors, you are already like in a better spot than around 90% of political campaigns that are local or even state. Like, even on a state level, if over one session 25 people each go knock 100 doors, that's just one session. That's 2,500 voters that are much more likely to vote now. And some of the elections that we're seeing right now, chat, are decided by, a dozen votes, 100 votes. You have more power than the people in power want you to believe. Well, melodic codes, Netanyahu stands to benefit quite a bit.
Progressive victories.
Netanyahu stands to benefit quite a bit. Because keep in mind, Netanyahu is currently under investigation for corruption, and if he's found guilty, like, he would basically lose everything he has and possibly face jail time. Now, he doesn't want to do that, obviously, and he wants to maintain power. This is one of the ways that he can look strong on Palestinians and also wrap up the loose end of Hamas in one fell swoop. This is effectively, in his calculations, a way for him to maintain power, look strong, and effectively solve the problem of Palestinians. This is his final solution that will benefit him personally. And if that costs the lives of 2.2 Palestinians, he does not care, because he does not view them as people. All of the rhetoric around this indicates that they do not view them as people. Again, this is the who they're sending around to rally the IDF troops, to boost their morale. We're gonna play this video again, because it's just that unbelievable. Erase the memory of them. Erase them, their families, mothers, and children. These animals can no longer live. Tomorrow, Hezbollah could send airstrikes on us, and Arabs could attack us. So we have no excuse. Every Jew with a weapon should go out and kill them. Again, he's not talking about just your run-of-the-mill... He's not talking about the IDF anymore. He's openly advocating for just random violence against anyone who is Arab, anyone who is Palestinian. He's saying if you see a Palestinian child, you should kill them. You should murder them. These people do not view Palestinians as human beings. And, I mean... This has been also doing the rounds. This is allegedly an Israeli man mocking the lack of electricity, fuel, food, and water available to people in Gaza.
Do ba 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 do do ba do 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 a do ba do ba do do ba do a do ba do ba do a do ba do ba do 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 a do ba do ba do a do ba do ba do ba do ba do a do ba do ba do a do ba do ba do do ba 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 do 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 a do ba do ba do ba do.
They do not view them as people. This would be mistreatment to a dog. Like, if you were doing this to a dog, it would be considered animal abuse. This is, like, it's evil shit. This is Hitler shit. Well, and that's another thing, right, Jess? You bring up a really good point in riverboat.gg chat, which is that this isn't just about Netanyahu's desperate bid for power. There are moneyed interests pushing for this, right? Because, frankly, they want to roll in and demolish...
A short message.
They want to roll in and demolish... Palestinian homes and businesses and build gentrified new stuff. And they want to appeal to Israeli settlers who have more money and wealth, who are coming in from all over the world and need a place to live and need places to shop and need things to buy. And they want to have all of that and consolidate their power over that. And they don't, and frankly, those dirty Palestinians that they hate so much are an obstacle for their profit. So, the more business-minded Israeli far-right is actually incredibly happy with the prospect of a ground invasion of Palestinian territory, because basically this is Nakba Part 2. Okay? already, what they are looking to do is to push Palestinians out of Gaza at the barrel of a gun and take care of the problem once and for all. And the businesses, they see that this is happening and they're salivating. They are excited. This is an exciting investment opportunity. Here's a segment that aired on ABC, but apparently was not allowed to be reposted anywhere, but a journalist managed to get a hold of it. Come on. Oh, English subtitles. We do need those.
Now, we're seeing these protests all around the world, from Arab communities and Muslim communities, angry, sad at what they're seeing. Can you just give us a sense of the depth of feeling? Why people are coming out in their numbers? I think the protest that we're witnessing today in Amman, for instance, is one of the biggest I certainly have ever seen. Just give us a sense of how people feel about what's going on.
Absolutely. I mean, people are devastated. We are talking about hundreds of thousands, millions of lives, millions of families that are experiencing war, millions of people who have lost it. Entire families have been wiped off of the public record by the Israeli regime in the past 7 days. People are devastated. People are afraid for their loved ones. And it's not just Arabs and Muslims. This is not just Arabs and Muslims. This is all people of good conscience around the world rising up against war, against genocide, against escalation. This is what's happening. And if you've been looking at any Western media, UK, USA, in the past 1 week, you'll see images of Palestinian children murdered by the Israeli regime with headlines that will suggest that these are Israeli children. You'll see images of Palestinian residential buildings being bombarded and blown to bits with headlines that suggest that these are Israeli buildings suffering terrorism. There is manufacturing consent happening all over the world, but I have faith that people are not idiots. People can tell the truth when they see it. I mean, the images speak for themselves. I just want journalists around the world to do their jobs. We're not asking
Is this a real-time feed? Yes. So much smoke in the sky. This is just so hard to watch. Yeah, I mean, it really is. And I mean, chat, the reason why I'm reading a lot into Biden Biden's positioning and the internal, like, what the actual, like, assets the United States has on the ground are doing is because it represents a pretty huge divergence from what America is saying broadly, what the broader, State Department PR teams are putting out. Biden recognizing that there is a huge potential for war crimes here publicly. Biden recognizing that Palestinians are human beings who do not deserve to just be slaughtered en masse. Well, it's a pretty big divergence from what the White House said earlier today.
What is the president's message to...
Okay, the pool should start leaving, and then we're going to take this last question.
Thank you, Green. What is the president's message to members of Congress who seem to be equating the Hamas terror attack with actions that were previously taken by Israel?
Say that one more time. Everybody's moving around. I apologize.
What is the president's message to members of Congress who seem to be equating the Hamas terror attack with actions that were previously taken by Israel?
Look, here's the thing, and which congressional members?
Well, there have been some members of Congress who have called for a ceasefire, and they have not gone as far as backing the administration's call for support for Israel.
So look, I've seen some of those.
There aren't subtitles on this video, I'm sorry.
Statements this weekend, and we're going to continue to be very clear. We believe they're wrong. We believe they're repugnant, and we believe they're disgraceful. Our condemnation belongs squarely with terrorists who have brutally murdered, raped, kidnapped hundreds of Israelis. There can be no equivocation about that. There are not two sides here. There are not two sides. President Biden has been clear on where he has stood. You heard from him directly today. You heard from him also on Saturday on this. There's been multiple statements from this president, and he's taking action to provide additional support to ensure that Israel has what they need to defend themselves. All right.
Now, that was all delivered in such a calm, reassuring tone. Let's just listen to the middle part here one more time.
And they have not gone as far as backing the administration's call for support for Israel.
So look, I've seen some of those statements this weekend, and we're going to continue to be very clear. We believe they're wrong. We believe they're repugnant, and we believe they're disgraceful.
Wrong, repugnant, and disgraceful. The calls for a ceasefire, the calls to stop bombing children and dropping white phosphorus on civilians, to stop bombing ambulances and hospitals and people fleeing the bombs. Those are wrong, repugnant, and reprehensible. There are no words. There are no words. The representative of the White House saying that it is wrong, repugnant, and reprehensible to call for peace. When what is clearly about to happen is mass murder on a scale seldom seen in human history. Yeah, calling for that to not happen is wrong, repugnant, and reprehensible. I'm sorry. Frankly, this lady should lose her job for this. This is. I can't, she's saying a call to not genocide is wrong. So, from this point where like the expectations are through the floor, seeing a modicum of movement from Biden, recognizing that war crimes could happen and are happening, recognition that Palestinians are people, these small things mean a lot when contrasted with this. But at the end of the day, I am hoping there is a line. I am hoping that there is a line that Israel can't cross while maintaining US support. Because if the United States can stand by Israel and support them thoroughly throughout the course of them massacring 2.2 million people, I hope there is one. I hope there is one for the Palestinians' sake. Because if it doesn't, well, then 2.2 million people are about to die, and there's nothing we can do about it. Has anyone been confronted about this yet? Like, has anyone been, so you're cool with Palestinian children being slaughtered because they're Palestinian? Is that fine with you? No one has been that, no one has been that direct, no, as far as I know. Although there was one interview today that might have come close to that. We're going to watch an episode of Up Front, where Mark Lamont Hill, who's like one of the best news guys working currently, he had on a spokesperson for Hamas and a former Israeli deputy foreign minister to grill them about war crimes. So we're going to watch that. He might be one of the only people who has actively done what you just suggested, confronting people with the reality. Yeah, AC Saul, I'm afraid of that too.
October 7th, Hamas launched a barrage of rockets from Gaza, followed by a coordinated incursion into Israel by Hamas fighters. Scores of unarmed civilians were killed and many taken hostage. In response to the attack, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu swore, quote, a mighty vengeance against the group. Israel has since retaliated with a complete siege of Gaza, launching airstrikes that razed entire districts, killing hundreds and injuring thousands in the Palestinian enclave. On today's show, we'll delve deep into the conflict. Coming up in the second half of the show, we'll speak to the former Deputy Foreign Minister for Israel and former Foreign Policy Advisor to Netanyahu, Danny Ayalon. With us first is Senior Spokesperson for Hamas, Osama Hamdan. Osama Hamdan, Senior Spokesperson for Hamas, thank you so much for joining me on Upfront.
Thank you.
On October 7th, Hamas launched an attack when they fired thousands of rockets into Israel. Militants entered the country and took scores of civilians hostage, including women, children, and the elderly. While the right of resistance is absolutely secured for all occupied people under international law, the use of force is not unlimited, and targeting civilians and taking hostages are war crimes. How can you justify
why
attacking civilian targets?
Well, thank you for having me, first of all. I have to say that this is the story from the Israeli side, which is not really true. I have to turn you to Oren Zeif, who is an Israeli journalist. He was today in Kfar Azza settlement, and he said there is no evidences that Hamas slaughtered children. I'm sorry that the Israeli government is using that to commit its crimes in Gaza. So this is the first part of the answer. We have also some Israelis are telling this has not happened, and it's a story, fake story used to kill more Palestinians. But this is
right, but the question was, how do you justify attacking civilian targets? That was the actual question. One second, sir. The question. The question was, how can you justify attacking civilian targets?
You are asking the wrong question.
No. The question was, how can you justify attacking civilian targets?
You are asking the wrong question.
We may disagree on what the right question is, but I would like you to answer this question. How do you justify attacking civilian targets?
This is a wrong question, and I'm not going to the same game of the Israelis.
Well, I'm asking a very clear question about civilians. Well,
okay.
let me ask a very direct question. Have any civilians been killed?
Well, I don't know exactly, because this was told by the Israelis. What I'm telling you, that for this Israeli government...
You just cited Orange...
Again, Hamas is a terrorist group of fundamentalist jihadis who want to mass murder people. That is part of their charter as an organization. They prey upon the desire for liberation by the Palestinian people. They are a tick that actively hurt Palestinian liberation efforts. They siphon off the passion and the youth in order to indoctrinate people into a death cult. And they are controlled opposition funded by Benjamin Netanyahu, who has sent the group over $1 billion over the last, decade. And they are not to be trusted, and I feel like that should go without saying, right? Hamas is not to be trusted about, oh, did you commit war crimes? No, war crimes, what war crimes? No, they are not to be trusted on this. So it is nice to see that Mark Lamont Hill is, making him squirm, because clearly he can't tell the truth. On the flip side, Israel PR is not to be trusted either. So we'll see how he handles the Israeli official later on in this interview.
Oren Zeif, he says civilians were killed.
No, he didn't say. He said no evidence that children were slaughtered. I don't know.
He said dozens of bodies of Israelis murdered in their homes.
Excuse me.
Those were his words.
You are wasting the time. It's your time. It's not my time. You are wasting the time.
All right, let's pause for a moment, sir. My question is, if you find out that civilians have been killed, would you consider that justified, or would you consider that unjustified?
There is 300 children have been killed today in Gaza by the Israelis. 200 women have been killed today by the Israelis in Gaza. 1,200 children were injured.
By the way, this is him answering, yes, it's justified to kill women and children. You know, a lot of women and children get killed by Israelis, so of course it's justified to kill women and children. Otherwise, he would just say, no, it's not justified, move on. You know?
1,000 women were injured today, just today and yesterday in Gaza. You are asking me the wrong question. You have to ask about what is happening in Gaza, which is under the siege for the last 17 years, which is under the offensive Israeli attack for the last 4 days. You keep asking about the Israelis, why you don't ask about the Palestinians.
So that's a fair question, sir. That is a fair question.
Excuse me, I have to continue. You are asking about the Israelis. You don't ask about the Palestinians. No one cares about the Palestinians. This is the story. The story is the occupation. 75 years of occupation for the Palestinians. We have to talk about the occupation.
That's a good idiom, Gayfesh. When someone avoids stepping on the cracks, you can be assured that they see the cracks very clearly. Yeah.
And how the Palestinians are looking for this occupation, and how can we make an end for this occupation? This is the story. It's not the story about what you are asking about.
Okay, I understand your perspective. To be clear, after this interview, I will be interviewing a representative of the Israeli military, and I will be asking him about Israel's war crimes. I absolutely acknowledge that Israel has committed war crimes. In fact, I have written a book with a whole chapter about Gaza and the war crimes that have been committed against Gaza there. So please do not suggest to me that I do not take this issue seriously. However, let me finish. I allowed you.
Thank you for clarifying
I allowed you to finish.
Thank you for clarifying
yes.
that.
But
yes.
So now that we've clarified that, but sir, let me.
You can't compare.
I understand.
Okay.
I'm not comparing anything. I'm not comparing anything. But please allow me to finish. My question for you is
this is Al
everyone living
Jazeera.
inside of a settlement a legitimate military target for Hamas?
According to the international law, the settlers are not civilians.
So, sir, again, human rights organizations.
Which, again, very careful language, because not just illegal settlers were attacked. Israeli citizens, innocent civilians, were attacked within Israel's borders, not in just the settlements, though some of the settlements were also attacked.
Have said the illegal status of settlements under international humanitarian law does not negate the rights of the civilians living there. The fact that a person lives in a settlement, whether legal or not, does not make him...
Yes, I believe European civilians, as well as several American civilians were kidnapped.
Or her a legitimate military target. So in light of the fact that human rights organizations would argue that even...
Oh yeah, Gayfesh, this is a two-part interview. He interviewed the spokesperson for Hamas first, and then he interviewed the Israeli former foreign minister.
If settlements are illegal, the people living inside of them are still considered civilians. How do you see, moving forward, Hamas's vision of whether or not settlements are legitimate military targets?
Well, the legitimate thing which I believe in, that Palestine is our land. Our people are living on our land, challenging the occupation for the last 75 years. On those 75 years, the women, the children were killed by the Israeli soldiers, the Israeli settlers. Their homeland was taken. They were replaced by Israelis who came from everywhere in the world. They talk different languages, and they claim that this land is for them. If you ask any one of them about the grave of his father, he will take you to Poland or to Argentina. But if you ask any Palestinian about the grave of his 17th grandfather, he will take you to some place in Palestine, showing you the graves, telling you, this is where my 17th grandfather was buried, or maybe before that. We are in this land from the days of Jesus Christ. Don't ask me.
Yeah, Mark Lamont Hill has been great for a very, very long time. I would recommend his other content and his books.
About those settlers and those soldiers who are killing my people every day, every time. And this is the fact which creates the resistance of the Palestinians. The Palestinians did not start the war.
Let's talk about the Israeli response to the Hamas attack, which has been horrific. Israel is bombing Gaza and declared a complete siege. It's cut off food, fuel, and water from being admitted to over 2 million people. Thousands of Palestinians are going to die. One resident from Khan Yunis said, this is a bloody war that is different from previous wars. What is going on right now is total annihilation. We see this horrific response by the Israeli government. My question for you is, have the actions of Hamas over the past week made things worse for Palestinians on the ground?
The Israelis have done this before. They done that in 2014. They cut the electricity from Gaza in 2014 for 17 days. They cut the aids for the hospitals.
Hey, Metal Kitty Mom.
In 2014, 2,500 Palestinians were killed.
Yeah, no, Mark Lamont Hill is principled. You know, like he he is a progressive, he's a leftist, and he believes in basic human rights for everybody. And you would think that that last one would be like a bare minimum, but it's not. There are a lot of people in news media who are willing to sell their souls for a paycheck.
In 2021, more than 1,000 Palestinians were killed. No one remembers the numbers because they are only Palestinians. But I want to tell you, they were shocked by what had happened to their army. 11 points, military points were attacked by the militants of Hamas. The soldiers were killed or being taken as war prisoners, and the Israelis were shocked. This is the main troops attacking Gaza for the last 10 years. They fall down in a few hours. This is a shock. They want to get back the image of Israel army. They want to show everyone that Israel can destroy everyone.
That's an interesting point, sir. That's an important point you're making. You're saying that Israel sort of commits to a certain kind of response when it looks bad, that Israel responds disproportionately, and that Israel already wants to use this as a pretext for destroying the Palestinian people. I'm saying if you know that's going to happen, then how do you calculate the decision to launch an attack knowing that a university is going to be bombed, knowing that power is going to be cut off, knowing that fuel is going to be cut off, knowing that people are going to die because of the Israeli response? If you know that, why do you still make the attack, particularly when the Palestinian people don't have a say in whether or not that's going to happen?
Absolute king shit. Like just to put this into context, he is interviewing a terrorist. And just, hey, Mr. Terrorist, how does this make sense? Because the thing is, it doesn't. The only way that it adds up is if Hamas believes that this crisis, all of this death, will radicalize even more people to join their group. And will make them even more popular amongst Palestinians in Gaza. Because they are the only like force that can express the rage and grief of these people who are being indiscriminately killed. See ya, Omnichrome. Like the calculus of Hamas here is, well, we do mass murder, we take hostages, and then presumably we negotiate for stuff in exchange for the hostages, and then we recruit off the backs of the tragedies that are sure to follow. That's the real answer. But that Hamas spokesperson can't say that, so what we're going to get here is going to be gibberish.
This is a good question. You know, the fact that the Israelis are killing the Palestinians on all the ways, all the times. For example, in West Bank in the last 10 months, more than 500 Palestinians were killed. Most of them were civilians. They were shooted in the streets, just demonstrating peacefully against the Israeli troops. The fact, which everyone have to understand it, that this occupation is killing the Palestinians all the time. He's not giving them any chance.
Yeah. So his response here is essentially, Palestinians die every day. Might as well make sure Palestinians die and benefit Hamas.
To have normal life. He's not giving them the chance to be independent and to have...
Valhalla Vidya, that is exactly what I think. I think that Netanyahu has seen Hamas through, that this is the final time that Netanyahu is going to need them or use them to further his own political ambitions. He is perfectly set up to do basically his fascist power play. And as part of that, he is going to clean house. He is going to wipe out Hamas. He's going to wipe out any Palestinian citizens in Gaza. And he's going to unite the country by, formally annexing these occupied territories. I think this is what his end game is. His end game is liquidation, because he thinks it will make him look strong. It will get rid of the inconvenience of Hamas. And yeah, he's sacrificing a pawn in order to take on the powers of the queen, which only makes sense if you know chess rules. Can we just skip to the part where he's on trial in The Hague? Unfortunately, no.
Their independent sovereign state, even after 30 years of signature of...
Yes, Benjamin Netanyahu explicitly funded Hamas. Like, to the tune of, like, over $1 billion. Benjamin Netanyahu, in 2019, made public statements that if you are against the Palestinian cause, then you should be in favor of funding Hamas. He has said that publicly. GamerG, what I worry about here is that you do not assemble, 500,000 troops to invade the Gaza Strip if you are interested in at all de-escalating. You don't use white phosphorus if you are being discerning in your targets. Half a million troops. Like, to put that in perspective, chat, that would be like a full mobilization of all the reservists in the United States plus our active duty troops. Is Netanyahu a religious fundamentalist? Yes. He is such a religious... To put it in perspective for you guys, chat, Benjamin Netanyahu is such a religious fundamentalist that he has argued that Adolf Hitler did not intend to mass murder the Jews. It was only because he was bamboozled by the Muslims that Adolf Hitler decided to massacre the Jews, to do the Holocaust. He has given speeches where he engages in Holocaust denial like that. That is the degree to which he is a religious fundamentalist.
Of Oslo Agreement. He's not implementing any international resolutions. He doesn't care about the international law. So we are facing this fact. The Israelis are killing you if you are treating them peacefully or if you are resisting them. And at the end of the day, the occupation is still there. So it's better to resist than being slaughtered daily without even resisting the occupation.
What was the goal of last week's actions? What was the immediate goal of last week's actions? What would you say the target or goal was?
The goal is to make an...
I don't know. I don't know that I would say Netanyahu is pro-Hitler. I would say that he engages in Holocaust denial, and is aligned with other fascists, like Hitler and Mussolini. Yes, he is a fascist, and his party is fascist.
End for the Israeli attacks against the Palestinians, to make an end for the Israeli attacks on Jerusalem, Al-Aqsa, and West Bank, taking over the lands, and to lift the siege on Gaza. The Israelis are planning for a long occupation on Palestine, and I think if they don't get the lesson from what had happened in the last 4 days, this army will not protect them. Their violence will not protect them. Even if they were supported by the United States, if they want to be protected, they have to acknowledge the Palestinian rights and to implement the international resolutions which gave the Palestinian people their rights without negotiations. Those are rights. No one can negotiate our rights.
Osama Hamdan, thank you so much for joining me on Upfront.
And, to give him credit, there is some degree to which he is correct. This is kind of the siren song of Hamas. is that they are correct in a lot of different ways. It's just that, they don't really tell their young, again, mostly teenage recruits about the wider game plan, that they're being used. That it's effectively a death cult. They use this, oh, you are a freedom fighter, you're fighting to end the occupation, but then they do something that there's no meaningful way that attack was going to end the occupation or get Palestinians human rights. Not one at all. This is an absolute tragedy, but I fear Iran could get directly involved and cause a global conflict. Iran is not going to get directly involved. That is precisely the reason why Biden dispatched 2 carrier strike groups to the Middle East. It's to dissuade Iran from getting involved. As far as I understand it, the Jewish people were fleeing from being wiped out, and the Palestinians welcomed them to their lands and helped to defend them as well. Do I have that right? Not necessarily. Not necessarily, no. Basically, the Palestinians were under the rule of the British through World War II. A lot of Jewish folks and Jewish diaspora went to Israel because Zionism was a growing ideology, and they went with the hope of establishing an explicitly Jewish state. But when you get there and people are already living there and there's already a state there, well, that's kind of a problem to establishing a Jewish state. So a lot of them became very militant, both to oppose the Nazis and also to fight the British and to fight the Arabs and to fight basically everybody. It basically became like a giant bloodbath. Following World War II, the State of Israel, founded by essentially the UN, ever since those borders have been expanding, both in response to counterattacks by Israel after other countries declared war on them, and also, just general land seizures and expelling Palestinians. You don't just come across a bunch of empty land in the Middle East, and suddenly have that just doesn't happen. The land has been occupied for thousands of years. Like, if you want the land, there are people already there, and you got to kick them out. And if you want it to be majority Jewish, well, the vast majority of people who were already there were not Jewish, so you gotta kick them out too. That's where you get events like the Nakba, which is basically the mass displacement and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. And what we're seeing now is basically a second Nakba, or an attempted second Nakba. I'm afraid that it's going to be. I'm afraid that it's going to escalate from ethnic cleansing to genocide, because there's nowhere for them to go. There's nowhere for Palestinians to go.
Thank you.
We tried repeatedly to get an Israeli army spokesperson on the show to respond to Hamas, but they canceled the scheduled interviews. For more on the developments in Gaza, we are joined by Israel's former deputy foreign minister and a former foreign policy advisor to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah. Also, a lot of Jewish people post-World War II were effectively expelled from European lands because, again, it is really, really hard to overstate how anti-Semitic Europe is. Like, that is a prejudice that goes back 1,000 years, 2,000 years even.
Danny Ayalon. Danny Ayalon, thank you so much for joining me on Upfront.
My pleasure.
Danny, last Saturday, the 7th, Hamas launched a devastating attack. Thousands of rockets were fired towards Israel, and hundreds of Hamas fighters crossed into the country. There are reports of horrific killings of Israeli civilians, a clear violation of international law. In response, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu threatened to turn the Gaza Strip into, quote, rubble, and the government announced a, quote, complete siege of the enclave. Since then, we've seen mass bombing in Gaza with reports that hundreds of civilians have been killed. Now, while the actions of Hamas are a clear, and I want to emphasize that, a clear violation of international law, isn't the collective punishment of all Gazans also, by definition, a war crime?
Not really, because the situation is very clear. As you mentioned, rightly so, Hamas perpetrated an attack, which was a surprise attack. The IDF was caught unprepared, and they got a major...
Which, by the way, more and more stories are coming out confirming that Egypt apparently warned the Israeli military that these attacks were coming 8 days before they happened. The Israeli military, for unexplained reasons, did not respond to this intel. Which, again, is what leads me to, if I'm going to be slightly conspiratorial, it's what leads me to believe that Netanyahu allowed this to happen.
Major victory for the first 24 hours. But who was this victory against? Babies and children and whole families that were massacred in bed. The IDF was nowhere to be seen. When the IDF came back now, they pushed them back into the Gaza. Now, the problem with the Hamas is that they're committing a double war crime because they are targeting only civilians. And they're using their own civilians, the poor Palestinian of Gaza, as human shields. And what Israel did gave them a fair warning. And I think this is the only way to do.
Hey, Jack and chat, I just wanted to pop in and remind chat that even though I want with all my heart to stay plugged into politics all the time, that you don't have to feel bad if you need to take a break. Politics will be here when you come back. I just want you to be here too, so take care of yourselves, chat, and yes, I'm okay. I'm going to take a couple of days off myself. Yeah, again, it is very easy to be roped into a black hole of this content, to obsess over it, despite the fact that we are half a world away and there is nothing we can do in the immediate sense to bring an end to these tragedies. Make sure you are taking care of yourselves. Ground yourself. Go outside. Touch grass. Feel the rain on your face. Get a little bit of exercise. It will help. I promise. Neither the Israeli government nor the Hamas terrorists care anything about the people being slaughtered. No. Yeah, 100%, Jess. There is complete and utter dehumanization that is happening.
Do with them is we told the Gazan people to clear the area temporarily so we can go and take Hamas out. And then, of course, they can come back.
Yes, because as we all know, it's very easy for 1.1 million people in 24 hours to vacate the place they live in while they're being bombed.
So this, by definition, is not a war crime. We understand the plight of the Palestinians. They deserve their dignity and everything else. But nothing justifies butchering families. This day, as you mentioned...
Wow, it's wild that you mention you believe in the rights and the autonomy of the Palestinian people, and then you seem to conflate Palestinian people with Hamas, because you're saying nothing justifies butchering families. Which is what you're doing to Palestinians. You're doing that to Palestinians right now. You've actually butchered more families than Hamas has at this point in this conflict.
Mentioned 7th of October was the day that more Jews were killed in 24 hours than any other day since the Holocaust. So you see,
I mean, without question, respectfully, this is a devastating moment. An extraordinary act of violence that again is a violation of international law. But you said a couple of things that I want to push you on. The idea of collective punishment is one of the things that we're talking about here. Electricity has been cut, power has been cut, fuel has been cut. The Gazan people right now are being punished for the actions of Hamas. How is that not by definition collective punishment?
Two things. First of all, Hamas has turned Gaza into an enemy state. So there is...
It's not... It can't be an enemy state when you don't recognize its statehood and don't allow it autonomy. It cannot definitionally be a state when you have exerted pressure for 60 years to deny its statehood. Valhalla Vidya, maybe. I really, really hated the original Lords of the Fallen, but the remaster looks like it might be pretty solid.
There's no law, nothing in international law that compels a country you are in a war with to supply them the electricity. Now, what do they use the electricity for?
They use the electricity for their homes and hospitals, ding dong. Now, it's very interesting to me that this guy is portrayed, because again, you will not see a sitting Israeli politician acknowledge Gaza or Palestine as a state. Will this be a segment eventually? Yes. Likely tomorrow I'll be sitting down and cutting segments and getting a lot of this stuff up in the near future.
As an occupying power, international law does say that you have certain responsibilities by law. But before we get there, even if we'll hold it for a moment, the power thing, there are residential buildings being hit. There are hospitals being hit. This is a densely populated area. The idea of being able to run away or to escape or go to a safe area seems impossible. Also, according to your own military representatives, you've abandoned the idea of knocking on roofs, that is to say giving a warning of dropping a non-explosive munition on buildings before people go. So people aren't getting a warning. They have nowhere to go. Residential buildings, schools, and hospitals are being hit. How is this not, again, an act of collective punishment? And how is this not a target of civilian, unless, of course, you're regarding everybody in Gaza as an enemy combatant?
Okay, well, I hear you. But again, what we gave the population is a fair warning. What would you do? You know, what would you do?
Appreciate it, socially, Maddie.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page here. Benjamin Netanyahu told everyone to leave the area. Where were they to go?
Okay, very, I mean, this is thought out. It's not something.
Yeah, again, there are no safe places to go. One of the things the United States has been negotiating on behind the scenes have been designated safe zones that will not be bombed. But Israel has not agreed to those.
Something that we tell them, go to the beaches, go drown yourselves, God forbid. Not at all. There is a huge expense, almost endless space in the Sinai desert, just on the other side of Gaza. The idea is...
Are you fucking serious, dude? Oh yeah, just go into the desert. I'm sorry, sir. Have you read your holy book? I think there might be an entire expanse about how terrible it is to live in a desert after having been exiled from your homeland. Yeah, there's endless space in the middle of the desert. Just go into the desert, Fivehead. Just go into the desert and die. You won't get bombed out there. You also won't get water, but you won't get bombed. What, motherfucker?
And this is not the first time it will be done. The idea is for them to leave over to the open areas where we and the international community will prepare the infrastructure, tent cities with food and with water. You know what? Just like for the refugees.
What's really interesting about his phrasing here is that Israel and the international community will prepare. Meaning there's nothing prepared right now. Meaning there is nothing out there. You are advocating them go into the desert and just wait for your good graces to not let them die. Why on earth would they trust the people who are bombing their homes into oblivion? Who are currently cutting food and water and electricity and fuel and bombing hospitals and ambulances and schools and UN targets, or not UN targets, oh my god, UN positions. We will prepare. You can't say we will prepare it. They were given 24 hours. 24 hours. There aren't, like, again, there aren't even camps they can go to. There's nothing for them. He's pulling this out of his ass. And even if he believes that this is true, it is still horrific. Trust us, bro. We've killed thousands of people and are very happily killing anyone in a school or a hospital. But trust me, bro. We got you. Just wander off into the desert. You'll be fine.
Of Syria that fled the butchering of Assad a few years ago to Turkey. Turkey received 2 million of them. This is the idea. Now, Egypt will have to play ball here because once the population...
Again, he's like, oh, well, you know, they'll just go into Egypt. Egypt does not have the infrastructure to handle 2 million refugees or even 1 million refugees. They do not have the infrastructure. Guys, here's something for you to know about the Palestinian people, okay? Following the Nakba, all right? Following the Great Catastrophe in 1948, there are still people living in camps as a result of the Nakba. There are still refugee camps around today, almost 100 years later, of Nakba refugees around in countries bordering Israel. Yeah, just go live in the camps. And again, those camps do not have the infrastructure to support just 1 million more people showing up out of the blue. Just, you know, we're only asking for you to leave your homes and your everything you own to flee into another country so we can bomb everything you leave behind into dust and turn it into a giant mall.
Is out of sight, then we can go. You know what what Hamas did?
You said the population out of sight. Is that practically possible in such a densely populated area? And 40, I mean, you have 2 million people in a densely populated enclave. 47%
Yeah, we covered that one,
of the inhabitants are children. Is it reasonable or plausible to think that all those people are going to relocate to this?
Also, yes, to reiterate, they were bombing anyone who listened to them and was leaving northern Gaza. They actively targeted people leaving northern Gaza and bombed them. They have, he's talking about like, oh, Egypt will have to play ball here, when Israel is actively bombing the only border crossing with Egypt that is currently closed.
Excluded area and be safe from a bombing attack. And again, we're saying there's warnings, but there are numerous reports on the ground that there are no warnings, that people are getting hit, that families have been killed from these attacks.
Welcome, Shark 300 Raiders. We are currently covering Israel-Palestine, and I am furious. So welcome. Hit the follow button and come back again and stick around.
I'll tell you in a practical manner what we should do and what we can do. Create, like in the...
Oh, yeah, this is the guy who really has practical ideas. The guy who said, yeah, just Palestinians should just wander into the desert, Fivehead. Yeah, this guy has really practical ideas. Rely on the good graces of the Israeli military to provide for you. You know, we promise not to provide just explosives on top of you.
The past in history, a humanitarian corridor. When there is a humanitarian corridor, and we have been discussing this with the United States, then we can guarantee in this corridor that nobody will get hurt. Now, again,
Egypt shot down all of those ideas today, point blank. There is no humanitarian corridor, and there does not appear to be one likely in the near future.
There is a way to receive them all on the other side for temporary time.
A corridor between Gaza and Egypt. It's the only non-Israel Israel-controlled border crossing.
On Sinai, because what did Hamas turn out
on the other
Gaza?
side? Are we
Gaza,
talking about Rafah? Are you saying the other side that go to Egypt?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And Egypt will have to play ball because this is human life is at stake.
Oh my God. Egypt will have to play ball because human life is at stake. You are the one, my brother, you are the one killing them. You are the one who is putting their lives at stake. I can't, bro. I can't. Egypt will have to play ball because human life is at stake. Yeah, like surely a country wouldn't say, I don't know, initially decide to deport a large group of people that they considered undesirable, find out that deportation was actually not that economical or for any other reason unfeasible, and instead decide to mass murder a given population. Surely that's never happened before. I can't. History is a circle, my friends. They are passing on the most horrid lessons of World War II.
But sir, human life is at stake because you're cutting off power. You're shutting down hospitals.
What an actual Chad. Mark Lamont Hill, like, actually calling out both the lead spokesperson for Hamas and a former intelligence official, one after the other. No, yeah, Al Jazeera does really great work. You need to take some of its Middle Eastern coverage with a grain of salt, but I think in this case, it provides really good coverage on Palestinian issues.
You're bombing residential buildings. I mean, right now, there is a hospital that does not have sufficient power. There is a hospital where people are literally going to die. And Israel's energy minister, Israel Katz, said no electrical switch will be turned on, no hydrant will be open, no fuel truck will enter until the Israeli abductees are returned home. Now, the ICRC spokesperson, Hisham Mahana, said that by cutting that power, hospitals are going to turn into graveyards. This is not an ideologue. This is the International Committee of the Red Cross. They're saying that because of your country's actions, not the actions of Hamas, not the actions of Egypt, but because of Israel's actions, the hospitals are going to turn into graveyards. How is that not a war crime? How is that defensible by any standard?
First of all, the war crime, if anything, is Hamas. They are the ones, and I know exactly.
Ah, yes. You see, I can't, dude. They're just like, oh yeah, well, they war crimed us first, so we're gonna war crime them back 20 times harder. That's clearly that's clearly fine. What are you talking about, guy? Like, oh yeah, some terrorists killed babies and children and women and civilians. Well, we're gonna kill 10 times as many. I'm sorry. How does that solve the problem? Like, how does that solve the problem? How? Explain. Well, they did a war crime, so we're gonna do an even bigger war crime. A, that doesn't solve the problem. B, you're just doing bigger war crimes, so you are clearly more evil by every objective metric. I just...
Exactly what you're talking about. Hamas does not allow sometimes.
No, Gamergy, exactly. To them, it's team sports. It's team sports. You took X number of ours, so we're going to take X number of yours. You know, it's team sports. They do not care about anything except for the numbers on the spreadsheet. And they want the numbers on the Palestinian end of the spreadsheet to be 0. They want 0 Palestinians.
When they can, they keep those civilians captive. They don't allow them to run away because this is what they want. Now, I know they...
Additionally, and again, this needs to be brought up more, Israel funded Hamas for years. Netanyahu has spoken publicly about how if you reject the Palestinian cause, you should be in favor of funding Hamas. This is controlled opposition doing what it was designed to do.
Area. And I suppose you're talking about the main hospital, which is the Shifa hospital. Yep. The Shifa hospital has been turned into a Hamas bunker. If Hamas wants to say...
you see, the criminal is taking hostages. Therefore, we will blow up the criminal and his 5 hostages, and that will be justice. What are you talking about, bro? There are babies in the NICU of that hospital. And you're like, oh, well, you know, we gotta bomb it anyway. We gotta make sure the power goes off. You know, we wouldn't want power going to that bunker. We wouldn't want to not kill babies on the off chance we kill a terrorist by bombing it. Like I'm sorry, if a police if a criminal took like 5 hostages and then the police arrived and just shot all 5 of the hostages and the criminal, that would not be justice. We would be calling for that person to spend life in prison, death penalty. You know, like that is what we would be calling for in that circumstance. But he's like, "Oh, well, but that's a totally reasonable way to react in this situation." It's insane. Insane.
Save them. They should just leave their arms, come out, and nothing will happen. But as long as...
Yeah. Because we all know people who are unarmed and come out into the open in Gaza, famously nothing happens to them. We literally watched a video of Palestinians minding their own business and a settler walking up, punching one in the face and then shooting him in the stomach while the IDF watched. And then the IDF protected him while he walked back nonchalantly, like he hadn't done a single goddamn thing. That man he shot was unarmed. And then that settler stayed there and shot at the ambulance to try and prevent it from picking up the man he had just shot. And he was able to do that because he was being protected by the IDF in that circumstance. Yeah, you can just be unarmed and mind your own business and not get shot. What are you talking about? The reality is you can be unarmed minding your own business in Gaza right now, and white phosphorus can rain down from the sky and burn your lungs, burn you from the fucking inside out. That's the reality right now in Gaza.
As they keep the Shifa hospital, just like schools and kindergartens, as bunkers, and they fight out from there. There is no law. There is no law in this universe that protects them, and this is what we're doing, and this is why the world
Are there any independent reports? Are there any intelligence reports that show that the Shifa hospital is primarily a Hamas bunker and not an actual medical site?
Yes, and you know what?
Where?
And you know what?
Where?
And mark my words, and you can show it again because I know it's recorded. When this war is over, and we will bring in the international press to Shifa and to all the bunkers, the underground tunnels that Hamas has created in Gaza. Ask intelligence services of every country in the world, they know it. But anyway, what I'm saying is...
No, just to be clear for the audience's benefit, no intelligence services has claimed that. Not one government has claimed that the Shifa hospital is a Hamas bunker. That is your claim, and I want to be very clear that that is your claim. And you're saying you don't have any reports, but that I should just trust you.
No.
Mark your words. Trust you. And later on, it'll be proven true.
I'm telling you, everybody will see.
Okay.
After the war is over.
Fair enough. I have to...
Everyone will see the nuclear weapons in Iraq once the war is over.
Move on just in the interest of time. But I want to continue on this same vein because the Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres...
Well, as we all know, if somebody's built a tunnel and has guns, we need to bomb them into oblivion and any hospital that they might be near. This is insane, dude. This is, by the way, this is fascism on display. He's defending the mass murder of Palestinians. The solutions that he is offering aren't real. And he is at every turn justifying the massacring of Palestinians. Is Hamas terrorist? Yes.
Said that he was deeply distressed by Israel's announcement of a siege on the Gaza Strip. He said that the humanitarian situation, quote, will only deteriorate exponentially and that crucial life-saving supplies, including fuel, food, and water, must be allowed into Gaza. So the UN is saying you must do this.
Well, you know, water can be used to keep terrorists alive. Therefore, we should deny it to 2.2 million people. That makes sense.
Saying you're not going to do this. How do you...
No, we're not saying that.
Again, we need to deny 2.2 million people, half of whom are children.
He's saying doing it immediately. What I'm saying is what you're doing.
No.
He's saying doing it immediately.
I got you. I'll tell you exactly what we're saying. I'm saying we will do everything for the Gazan people. Once and now we demand immediate surrender, unconditional surrender.
Well, one, I'm not a Hassan orbiter, and two, I think most people are being pretty clear that Hamas is a terrorist organization, so like coming in and asking that to like try and provoke a response can probably rub a lot of channels the wrong way, especially right now when we are literally on the verge of witnessing a genocide. So that would be why.
Of Hamas, if Hamas people come out with their hands up and clear their weapons, believe me, everything will be restored to Gaza. It is Hamas in Hamas hands.
Okay, now I understand. Thank you for clarifying that, sir. I think we're actually on the same page here. You're saying that once Hamas leaves, you'll grant the Gazan people food, shelter, fuel, electricity, hospitals, schooling.
How generous.
And if they don't, and if Hamas doesn't leave, then they'll continue to starve and die in hospitals. You are defining for the international community right now collective punishment. You're saying until Hamas acts differently, the 2 million people in Gaza are going to be treated this way. And once Hamas acts differently, these 2 million people in Gaza will be treated better. That is exactly what collective punishment is. You're holding them accountable for the actions of others. That is the...
God, this man is just absolutely nailing this interview.
The definition, the textbook definition of collective punishment, sir. Now, you may accept that that's what you want to do, but this is absolutely a contravention of international law.
Well, I'll tell you exactly. No, had we pushed them into the wall, we're not pushing them to the wall. We want to open a humanitarian.
What effect do you think denying 2.2 million people clean drinking water will have, Danny? What effect do you think not having food will have on them, Danny? Well, we didn't physically force them up against the wall. Yeah, well, okay, yeah, but you didn't need to. You didn't need to because you had other tools at your disposal to punish 2.2 million people, the majority of whom are children.
Humanitarian corridor so they can leave. But if Hamas...
So that who can leave? So that who can leave? Citizens? You're saying civilians can leave, but only through the Rafah border, correct?
At this point, yes.
So they can't
because
come.
where else?
Your country! They can come in.
Yeah, Israel controls every other entry point. For fuck's sake, like, Palestinians can't even get in a rowboat and, like, try and row to another country. Because if they do, they'll be torpedoed by Israel's navy. Like, there's nowhere for them to go except through the border crossing at Rafah, which is currently closed to them by Egypt, or to go through the Israeli borders, which are all closed to them by Israel, who is currently trying to tell them all to leave, and they have nowhere to go, because again, Israel controls every exit point except for the border with Egypt. And Egypt is not taking them right now.
But to Israel!
I'm telling you one more thing I want to say.
I want you to address that point. Don't just smile, sir, respectfully. You're saying you're making a corridor. They can go to Egypt. You're bombing them. You say you want to save them, but they can't come in.
First of all, I'm not smiling. I'm crying in my heart. I'm crying in my heart for all.
Crying in my heart just looks, you know, when I'm crying in my heart, it just looks an awful lot like I'm smiling.
All the butchery of thousands of Israelis. Why do you think the world is with us? Why do you think the world is wise? All the international media was there. So don't talk to me about collective punishment. Don't talk to me about...
Interesting that you're not actually arguing on the substance of it. You're saying, well, the rest of the world seems okay with what we're doing. That's not saying you're not doing collective punishment. You're just justifying the collective punishment.
Humanitarian, these are new rules of the game. There is no coexistence with Hamas, which is worse than ISIS, and we will not stop. We are allowing the population to leave. But if Hamas will...
To where? You know that the border crossing with Egypt is closed, and you are actively bombing it. Where can they go? You have closed all of the borders. You have closed even the slim possibility of leaving by sea. Where are they to go?
Will surrender, there won't be any problem whatsoever.
Danny Ayalon, thank you so much for joining me on Upfront.
Pleasure.
All right, that is our show. Upfront, we'll be back next week.
What a Chad. I have to say, that was infuriating on so many different levels. Did he get fired for that? No, he actually got hired specifically to do that. He got fired from, I think, MSNBC for saying things supportive of Palestinians, and Al Jazeera hired him. CNN, sorry, not MSNBC. Absolutely evil. Yeah, a lot of mainstream news outlets in America have been slowly disappearing their Muslim or Middle Eastern journalists. You'll notice that there have been some hosts and they've just been removed, just quietly without any announcement. Infuriating. So, folks, we've been going for about 3 hours now. I didn't do any ad breaks or top of the hour, calls to action or anything. But if you've been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch. We're getting close to 9,300 now over on Twitch. It'd be really cool to hit 10K by the end of the year. And if you're watching over on YouTube, hit the subscribe button and hit the like button on the stream, because it's really nice to get hit some baseline likes. It boosts it in the algorithm. So I always love when that happens, because I can see conservatives finding my channel and being absolutely befuddled by encountering left-wing content. If you've gotten anything valuable, I'm not going to say if you enjoyed my content, because we've been covering just objectively terrible stuff. But if you've gotten anything valuable out of my coverage, please consider dropping some subs or donos, because this content is brought to you by viewers like you. I don't really make ad revenue that is at all meaningful. Like my channels are not big enough for that. So I rely on you guys, the viewers, to support me with subs and donos. And if you would like to do that, come over to riverboat.gg. That's the on-screen chat here. And if you drop subs or donos over there on that site, I get 100% of your support, as opposed to when you drop subs and donos on Twitch, I get 50%. Or if you drop subs and donos over on YouTube, I get 70%. So consider doing that, is all I'll say. You are a treasure. I always get value from your content. I'm glad. I'm really glad you do. Hey, Anbiata. Hey, Hustler. How you doing? Also, hello, the Prof and Zakina. I like seeing all the tipster folks in chat. I really appreciate it. We were gonna have tipster on today. I am just very terrified. Things are going to move very, very quickly. They have been moving very, very quickly regarding the Israel-Palestine situation. And there's a decent chance that, well, things could really pop off today in particular. There could be a ground invasion of Gaza, and it will be very, very horrible. Oh, also, within Israel itself, police are assaulting and arresting journalists. Yesterday, the BBC reported that one of their reporters had been assaulted, beaten by Israeli police. That's just a thing that's happening now. So, yeah. France is doing bad things too? Yeah. Well, France is also one of the most Islamophobic countries in Europe. So I'm not surprised. So, anyway, real quick, Kairyu, thank you for gifting subs to Natalie Lush, Penny, Gay Fesh, A Symbolic Symbol, Celestial Heart, and Solar Lander. And Gay Aaron, thank you for the $20 dono. I very, very much appreciate that. And Vegcom, thank you for the $42 dono. That is incredibly generous. Thank you so, so much.
I know this is rough for you, Jack. It's rough for us too. Get some bourbon or share a dinner with that lovely girlfriend of yours.
Thank you.
DWA.
Thank you for the $50 dono, Paladin. That is incredibly generous of you as well. Yeah, it's... I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Like, I'm autistic, so I don't emote as much. Like, it takes energy for me to emote. Generally speaking, like, it takes a lot to get to me, but it's been really rough.
Thank you for the informative coverage of these issues. It is appreciated.
Tipster, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. That is very generous of you, and I'm glad. I'm just glad that you guys find my coverage useful and helpful for understanding this situation, because it is one of the most easily misunderstood global tensions, you know, currently ongoing, and it's been ongoing for so long. And there's so much propaganda out there. But yeah, I mean, like, honestly, today, what broke me was the story about the Red Crescent organization opting to stay in territory that, again, no one who is currently in Gaza, okay? No one who is currently in Gaza thinks that they are going to be okay. No one thinks they're going to be okay. They accept that there's nowhere to go, and they're just kind of waiting. You know, where can you go? What can you do? Nothing is safe. Nowhere is safe. And some of the people who are most likely to be targeted, healthcare workers and ambulances, are en masse choosing to stay and do their best to save people's lives. And that, I mean, there is that's true selflessness. You know, like, they know that they are at a higher risk of being killed or even being completely caught up in the liquidation of the Palestinian people, and they look at this situation and they say, there's no way in hell I'm leaving. And that is bravery. I mean, there's no, in my opinion, there's no greater bravery than staring death in the face and saying, I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna stand my ground. Multiple writers, journalists have already been killed by the IDF. Yep. It's brave and it's beautiful, and I hope they are not repaid for their bravery with shrapnel. Yeah, from the Red Crescent, we don't leave people to face death alone. And frankly, I'm trying my best to keep it together, because I know that it's not, this isn't as bad as it's gonna be. It's gonna be so much worse. This is, and I know there are people who don't understand that yet, but this is not even, this is the prelude. This is just This isn't even the introduction chapter. This is the this is the blurb at the beginning of all of this. I'm terrified. Absolutely terrified for the people in the people in Palestine. No, Nixon Plummer. It's not the epilogue. When it really begins will be when the main ground invasion begins. Because the main ground invasion is going to it's going to be the rounding up of the Palestinians. It's going to be killing indiscriminately and claiming that the people you were killing were Hamas terrorists, regardless of whether or not they're, 12, 13, 14. Women running away with their babies. They're going to claim they're all Hamas. Or they were a hostage they were being held hostage by Hamas, being used as human shields by Hamas, and therefore it's justifiable to gun them down like dogs. And my heart aches. It aches. And, yeah, I think what's keeping me from crying about a lot of this is just the knowledge that the tragedy is just beginning. And the calls for wiping out every living person in Gaza are intensifying. I'm going to play it one more time because it's just... I have found nothing else that exemplifies what I'm trying to convey to you than this video. And I know it's horrible and it's terrible, and I've played it twice already. We're going to watch it one more time. Yesterday I talked about Ezra Yachin, a 95-year-old reservist who fought for the terrorist group Lahi, a group that tried to ally itself with the Nazis twice, a group that tried to ally itself with Mussolini on a different occasion, and went on to try and ally itself with Joseph Stalin. An explicitly fascist organization. And he's still alive. And here's what there were a bunch of feel-good stories about him being called up to boost the morale of the IDF. Does he represent Israelis? No, but he does represent the IDF. He's explicitly working with the IDF, and these videos are being put together by the IDF. And this is what they are putting together. Be triumphant and finish them off. And don't leave anyone behind. Erase the memory of them. Erase them, their families, mothers, and children. These animals can no longer live. Nowadays, we have no excuse. Tomorrow, Hezbollah could send airstrikes on us, and the Arabs here could attack us. So we have no excuse. Every Jew with a weapon should go out and kill them. If you have an Arab neighbor, don't wait. go to his home and shoot him. Attack them and don't wait for them to fire airstrikes at us. And for the Iron Dome to activate. Attack them before that. We want to invade, not like before. We want to enter and destroy what is in front of us, and destroy houses, then destroy the one after it. With all our forces, complete destruction. And enter and destroy. As you can see, we will witness things we never dreamed of. Let them drop bombs on them and erase them. All the prophecies sent by the prophets are about to occur. This is, frankly, what my tears, I think, wait for. The fulfillment of this propaganda that they are communicating and normalizing to their soldiers. Jesus ain't die for this shit. Come on now. Well, he's not talking about Jesus. He's Jewish. Like he's a fundamentalist Jewish man. Like he's talking about the Messiah coming, the coming of the Messiah for the first time. This man probably took part in the Deir Yassin massacre. I think it's confirmed that he actually did take part in that massacre, yeah. Yeah, he personally operated on behalf of a terrorist organization that called itself a terrorist organization and explicitly targeted civilians. One of its most famous massacres being the aforementioned I'm sure I'm mispronouncing it, the Deir Yassin massacre, where over 100 men, women, and children were killed. Unarmed men, women, and children massacred. So, yeah, these are the people being brought out of retirement. Now show us the Hamas Mickey Mouse to balance things. I don't think there needs to be a balance when one side has the ability to genocide the other, and the other side has absolutely no ability to even put up the barest hint of a defense. There's no equivalence here in the ability to enact genocide. You know, I'm sure there were Jewish people in the concentration camps who really hated the Nazis. Probably would have been willing to kill all the Germans. But you know what? They didn't have the ability to do that, did they? It's almost like we need to take into account the context of statements and propaganda to properly weight them. I mean, you could argue that perhaps at the very, very beginning, it was a battle between Hamas and Israel. You know, for the first, 12 hours. Since then, though, it's been indiscriminate killing of civilians. Is Twitch chat having a normal one? No, I mean, people are getting heated and also not really understanding. You know, there are people who think, oh, well, you gotta present both sides. If you're not presenting both sides, you're not being fair. Like, oh, look, if you're only talking about how awful Israel is, like, you know, you're being unfair. I'm sorry, the people doing war crimes right now, as we speak, are the Israeli military. I can simultaneously condemn the war crimes that Hamas did a week or so ago, while also recognizing the ongoing atrocities right now. Caroline Kwan, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Yeah, we're talking about Israel-Palestine at the moment, and I'm quite heated. I'm quite heated. Welcome, everybody. My name is Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics, and I'm a lefty. I'm a socialist. Talk about the workers owning the means of production, how we can actually make that happen through tangible policies, and also provide what I consider a pretty level-headed analysis of geopolitics from a leftist perspective. So, a one survivor children would be welcome. Yeah, I love your shirt. Thank you. Yeah, it's, first of all, hello, everybody. Thank you. I really appreciate all the follows. We're hoping to hit 10K follows by the end of the year. Thank you for helping get us much closer to that. I very much appreciate it. Here to stay. Thank you. And it's just, the geopolitical situation in the Middle East is very, very complicated, but one thing we have to remember is the moral question here is not, okay? We have one side which has been oppressed for 60 plus years, longer than that even, 80 years, you know, give or take, since the Nakba, the initial ethnic cleansing of Palestinian territory. And you know, we have different geopolitical interests. Yesterday, we did a deep dive into Turkey and, like, Turkey's kind of aspirations in the region, you know, and dating back to their, you know, the Ottoman Empire and how that relates to Israel-Palestine and this whole situation here. It's very, very interesting because inadvertently, you know, the actions of Egypt and Turkey shaped the Muslim Brotherhood, eventually being able to get into Palestinian territory and form Hamas. So there's been a lot of interesting stuff going on with learning. But if you are open to learning new stuff and have questions, feel free to make yourself at home. We love learning here. Why doesn't the proletariat, the larger of the two classes, simply eat the bourgeois? Largely because there needs to be class consciousness to enable that to happen. And class consciousness is hard to develop. But I feel like if we can put it in simple terms that people can understand, like workplace democracy, I think most people can understand that democracy is better than, you know, having a king tell you what to do. Well, I believe that that's true of people in the workplace. So, one of the things we talked about a little bit earlier, and I'm going to go over it again, because it's one of the things that to me is making it very, very clear what is about to happen, and I want to make sure you guys are all prepared, because everything that Israel is doing is setting up a genocide. That is just absolutely clear to me. The best case scenario is that a humanitarian corridor gets opened up between Egypt and Gaza. However, Egypt has been shooting those diplomatic ideas down for the last day, and that does not look like it is happening anytime soon. The best case scenario is, and this is horrible to say, would be an ethnic cleansing of Palestinian territory. Because what's about to happen, if that isn't the case, is going to be mass murder on a scale we have not seen in a very long time. And just to back up, in case you're like, oh no, they wouldn't really do that. The IDF wouldn't really just mass murder Palestinians. Well, yesterday we covered a story on my channel about a man named Ezra Yachin. He is 95 years old, and he fought for a paramilitary organization named Lahi. Lahi is an avowed terrorist organization. They called themselves terrorists. And part of their rhetoric was that they needed to attack civilians. They prided themselves on attacking civilians. Okay? This was something that Lahi did. And Lahi actually allied themselves with the Nazis during World War II, because they were formed in 1940. So they attempted a formal alliance with the Nazis twice. Not one time, 2 times. And you know what? Then they attempted to ally themselves with Mussolini. And then they tried to ally themselves with Stalin, with a very interesting attempt to blend fascism with, communist aesthetics. It was not very successful or well liked when Lahi tried to become a political party. Wait, who? A man named Ezra Yachin. You'll see him on video in a second, okay? I'm just telling you all of this background information. That this guy fought for a terrorist organization that sought to ally itself with the Nazis. And, well, he's been called to active duty because he was technically a member of the Israeli reservists, and Israel has called all 360,000 of its reservists into active duty. There are currently over 500,000 troops, Israeli troops, on the border of Gaza, ready to invade, and that is what we are going to see today, possibly tomorrow, okay? But what this 95-year-old man is doing, and there have been some feel-good stories being circulated in the mainstream media about him, like, oh, look at this 95-year-old man, he's so cute. Don't look into his past, though. Well, guess what? We got video of him going around talking to IDF soldiers to boost morale. You know, this adorable old man. Surely what he has to say will be words of wisdom for us all. Spoiler alert, it's not. It's actually horrific. It's actually some of the most horrific things you will ever hear. Here he is. Be triumphant and finish them off, and don't leave anyone behind. Erase the memory of them. Erase them, their families, mothers, and children. These animals can no longer live. Nowadays, we have no excuse. Tomorrow, Hezbollah could send airstrikes on us, and the Arabs here could attack us. So we have no excuse. Every Jew with a weapon should go out and kill them. If you have an Arab neighbor, don't wait. Go to his home and shoot him. Attack them and don't wait for them to fire airstrikes at us, and for the Iron Dome to activate. Attack them before that. We want to invade, not like before. We want to enter and destroy what's in front of us, and destroy houses, and then destroy the one after that. With all of our forces, complete destruction. Enter and destroy. As you can see, we will witness things we've never dreamed of. Let them drop bombs on them and erase them. All of the prophecies sent by the prophets are about to occur. And he's a fundamentalist, religious zealot. So, and he's Jewish. So, again, fundamentalist Jewish people generally believe that the Messiah hasn't come yet and will come once Israel is reunited, and they will be the chosen people by the Messiah. You know, all that stuff. Can you send the link? Yeah, here you go. And I show you this because this shows you what the propaganda is that they are feeding to the IDF. And that's really important because that's going to dictate how the IDF acts when it inevitably puts boots on the ground in Gaza. We've already seen the IDF do multiple incursions today, allegedly to locate hostages and fend off Hamas attacks. But when, I mean, like the population of Gaza is 2.2 million, half of whom are children, and the IDF has over 500,000 soldiers poised to invade on the ground. They are, I mean, what we're going to see once the ground invasion starts is, and I hope I'm wrong, but it is going to be an atrocity the likes of which none of us have ever seen. Being someone who served in the U.S. military, I hate seeing someone want war. War is never the first, second, third, or 100th answer. I feel bad for the civilians who will most definitely die, and pray this is not as bad as it could be. Yeah, I mean, my veins run cold for the people of Gaza. What does ethnic cleansing mean? It means cleansing a land of a given ethnicity, an undesirable category of people. So, the Nakba, for example, was an ethnic cleansing where, at gunpoint, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, I can't remember off the top of my head, Palestinians were forced off of their lands and displaced. Many of those same people and their descendants still live in refugee camps in countries around Israel, by the way. 800,000, yeah. And, yeah, right now, they are currently displacing 1.1 million people. We just watched an interview between Mark Lamont Hill for Al Jazeera with a former intelligence minister of Israel. And, I mean, the intelligence minister they are all very deeply unserious people. You know, they don't even care about giving proper cover to the war crimes that are about to occur. He literally suggested that displaced Palestinians should just wander into the desert and wait on the good graces of Israel to provide them with food, water, shelter, and power, etc. Like that was his actual position. And then he tried to blame Egypt. Oh, well, Egypt has to play ball with us. Otherwise, all of these Palestinians could die. Their lives are at stake. And my brother, you are the one putting their lives at stake. Yes, Mark Lamont Hill is the guy that knew critical race theory. Like, Mark Lamont Hill actually gives a shit. He was fired from CNN for being pro-Palestine. He's a good beat. He knows his stuff. Let me catch up on some of the ats from you guys in chat. Also, welcome to all of the new people who are coming in and hitting the follow button. I really appreciate you guys. Why do these pieces of shit live forever? Well, you'll never guess what comes up, what I had planned coming up next. God. Okay, you know what? We're gonna pull that up. We're gonna pull that up real quick because I saw this today, and I couldn't believe it. I could not actually wrap my head around it. Here we have Politico interviewing Henry Kissinger. And if you guys don't know who Henry Kissinger is, he's basically proof there isn't a just God. Because if there was, he would have been, like, killed in the most obvious way, like by lightning or something. The fact that this man is still alive, and here's what he has to say.
Was a grave mistake to let in so many people of totally different cultural and religious and concepts because it creates a pressure group inside each country that does that. It was a grave mistake to let in so
he's basically the crypt keeper, and yet he still has the energy to go on camera and argue that like too many people of different cultural, ethnic, religious backgrounds being close to each other, that's bad, that we should actually pursue like ethno-states. This guy pulled himself out of bed, which again is a grave. I need to remind you, he pulled himself out of bed in the morning and just said, you know what, I'm gonna go defend ethno-states in this interview. I cannot believe it. So are the Israeli soldiers not going in to take out Hamas, or are they going to kill Gaza citizens? They're going to kill Gaza citizens. Like, the pretext is that they are going to kill Hamas. The reality is they're killing Gaza citizens. That has always been the reality. And if you bring that up, and you can see this happen time and time again with members of Israel's government being asked about this, they will essentially say the Dave Rubin argument. And Dave Rubin basically argues if there are terrorists in a school and they take a school hostage, you should blow up that school. You should bomb that school because it will kill the terrorists. That's the argument. The argument is, oh, well, they're using human shields, so that's why we blow up the human shields and the terrorists. In the interview we just watched, before you guys rated in, Israel's former intelligence minister essentially said, oh, well, we had to evacuate the Shifa hospital and start bombing it because Hamas has tunnels under there. That they will literally argue that, well, if as an analogy, if like a criminal has like a hostage and is using them as like a body shield, and like police are there with guns drawn, that the right thing to do would be for the police to just unload all of their bullets on both the hostage and the criminal.
Excuse my brief interruption.
Oh, Kyryu, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. I very much appreciate the support. This show made possible by people like you, so thank you very much. Yeah, no. This is something they do all the time. And to be clear, we know that the IDF is targeting indiscriminately because we know, and we have now multiple confirmed reports of the IDF using white phosphorus on Gaza. And for those of you who don't know what white phosphorus is, it literally just burns. Like, there's nothing you can do to stop it from burning, and it will literally burn you from the inside out, and it is an unaimable, indiscriminate chemical weapon. It is something that does not discriminate, and it is something that is a war crime just to use. Just to use is it's a war crime. You don't just drop white phosphorus, a war crime, if you care about not hitting civilians. Was the report of Iran helping Hamas ever vetted? Well, Iran doesn't really help Hamas. Iran helps Hezbollah. Now, it's possible that Hezbollah helped Hamas, but it wouldn't be as direct as Iran sending direct support. And also, like, let's be clear, if Hamas had Iranian backing, they wouldn't need to like cobble together like paragliders. Oh, yeah, IDF stands for Israeli Defense Force. It's the name of their military. Yeah, no, also, yeah, anodyne quinine, very excellent point, which is that Hamas is like, their military wing is maybe like 10,000 people. Like, it's not that much. It's a tiny fraction of the Palestinian population in Gaza. And also, most Palestinians do not support Hamas. Hamas is like a de facto government because it has a military wing that it uses also to oppress Palestinians, by the way. But there are other political parties active within Palestine. The PNI, for example, is a peaceful political party that seeks to constitute a democratic Palestine along the 1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital. Like there are other far more popular political organizations in Palestine, but Hamas is by far more successful at recruiting. As an Iranian who is a secret security agent, yeah, Iran gave Hamas those fan gliders. Yep, we totally did that. Hasn't been a confirmed report about that. Thank you for the 100 biddies, Midnight and All Night. And thank you for your honesty about being an Iranian secret agent. I love you. God. 18,000 at most by Israel's estimate. So what is Hamas? Hamas is basically an arm of the Muslim Brotherhood, which is a fundamentalist religious organization that seeks to basically oppose monarchy and replace it with, a theocratic government, like a theocratic religious government. And they essentially are controlled opposition. They're funded by Israel. This is like an open secret that Israel has in the past funded Hamas. There was a period of about a decade, relatively recently, where Netanyahu provided over $1 billion to Hamas, and has even been caught on camera talking about how if you oppose Palestinian liberation, you should be in favor of funding Hamas. Yeah, like this is just known. Is the Gaza population mainly Palestinian people? It's entirely Palestinian people, to my knowledge. You'll find like a small fraction of a percent that are like people who were trapped in there, who were like from different countries who are visiting, but other than that, not really. Additionally, what we got here is additionally, Hamas effectively operates as a de facto government. It runs as a gang, but it does provide some services within Gaza, the Gaza Strip in particular. They are able to provide some social services, much like a gang might in like an inner city. Because gangs sometimes, this isn't like their main thing, but part of the reason gangs are able to kind of perpetuate themselves is by doing things that will benefit, like, your grandma can't get healthcare while she has cancer. Well, we'll cover that. There are certain acts that gangs do to maintain power, and Hamas is no different. They're just structured around a jihadist fundamentalist ideology. Do you have any opinions on how other countries like China and Iran might assist Palestine? Honestly, I don't think there is currently any way for Iran or China to assist Palestine, specifically because Israel is propped up by American hegemony. And the opinion and posturing of Iran and China don't really do much to sway the needle for the Israeli government, because frankly, the Israeli government already views them as enemies. They're not going to like do anything other than bristle and talk about like how they have nuclear weapons to nuke Iran if they try to invade or whatever, So, yeah, a lot of this comes down to, and I know this isn't super satisfying, because there's no short-term solution to what's happening right now. The longer-term solution, if you are in America, by the way, if you're in America, this is the long-term solution, and it's also not a satisfying one, but it's to get involved with doing things like phone banking and door knocking for progressive political campaigns, for campaigns that reject corporate PAC money from the state of Israel, like AIPAC. You know? We need more politicians that are not beholden to a monetary apparatus of the Israeli government. Because right now, basically everyone is scared to, like, say anything. You know, like, a handful of people in our government made just not even like pro-Palestinian statements, but like, hey, maybe we shouldn't, maybe we should have a ceasefire and not just have indiscriminate bombing. And they're getting lambasted for it in the media by fellow politicians. This is nuts. But it is on us to be able to use political power to get more progressive people who are not beholden to these powers into office. And by the way, for those of you who are, just discovering me, I do a lot of political organizing. That's one of the things I do professionally. And so as we get closer to some upcoming elections, like the ones in Virginia towards the end of the year here that are coming up, I'll be telling you guys where you can go, where you can volunteer to do phone banking, which, by the way, you can do from anywhere on the planet if you would like to volunteer your time. If you're a foreign national to the United States, you cannot donate to campaigns, but you can phone bank for them. And I'll be talking about how, like, knocking on doors and stuff actually does get things done. Like, I have a very small channel relatively to the wider world. The amount of people I was able to mobilize for, like, the Wisconsin State Supreme Court race knocked on enough doors and called enough people to make the difference in that race. Okay? So we can make sure that A, fascists don't take over America, and B, we can enact better foreign policy that is not beholden to the Israeli state and apartheid system. So my understanding is that Hamas is kind of the only real power who offer any sort of hope for freedom from the Gaza Strip, and that's where they get most of their power. It's more the idea that they could do something than actual belief in the organization. Is that right, or I'm misunderstanding? So Ravenclaw, you're basically correct. One of the most powerful tools that Hamas utilizes is essentially that there's no other organization that is, offering a kind of catharsis, right? Because they have a very powerful offer for people who are trapped in the world's largest concentration camp. They have a very powerful offer. They offer the fundamentalist religious message of, like, if you die in the name of our cause, you will go to heaven and you will be, you'll be in paradise. And we will hail you as a hero. And if you die, we will do our best to take care of your family. These are powerful things to offer people, on top of offering them an outlet for all of their rage and frustration and sadness at losing members of their family, their children, their fathers, their mothers, their brothers, their sisters. This is a very powerful motivating force, and it's important to contextualize that with the fact that Netanyahu, a fascist, has ensured that Hamas gets the funding it needs to be able to carry out these attacks. They are effectively controlled opposition that organize people into a death cult, and that their attacks serve to elevate the political power of the fascists in Israel. This has been the case for a long time. It's been a cycle that has repeated itself many times. My worry here is that Netanyahu is currently kind of backed politically into a corner and sees this as an opportunity to try and weasel out, because it's important to remember Netanyahu is currently being, he's currently being investigated for crimes, corruption. He has pending court cases, etc. And he's also been trying for like the last year or so to get through judicial reform that would essentially make him a dictator in Israel. This situation has had a kind of a twofold effect, right? Which is that essentially people perceive him as weak right now. 4 out of 5 Israelis do not approve of the job he's doing. Over half of Israelis want him out of office. They want him to resign. And on top of that, while he's being backed into this corner, he has formed a unity government, which further consolidates his power. And there is a real possibility that he will use this consolidated power to seize basically dictatorial power for himself. And that is why I am very worried, because to kind of cover this and to also make himself look strong, there is a very real possibility that he will, use this as an excuse to engage in a genocide against the Palestinian people. And using that method, bring an end to the Israel-Palestine situation. Consolidate his power, be perceived as the person who ended this dream of a 2-state solution. And that is my deep worry. A lot of the pieces seem in place for the absolute worst to happen, especially because we know that by the end of today, I believe, all internet access is being cut off to Gaza, and all electricity, all of the electrical devices, for the most part, are going to be out of power. So this is something we've seen, by the way, other genocidal regimes do. A great example of this is Tigray. They followed exactly the same steps prior to the massacres in Tigray. So this is really primed for horror. I'm a social work master's. I hope that answered your question, Ravenclaw. I know that was long. I'm a social work master's student, and I'm in talks with my department to hold an event that contextualizes the violence and explains in easy, understanding language how we got here. Good, Felix. That's really, really important, because frankly, most people in the United States have no idea how this happened. I would say most people in the United States have never even heard of what the Nakba is, which is the mass displacement and cleansing, ethnic cleansing of Palestinians in 1948. May I post a link? Gaza Fights for Freedom. NubZ Squared, you can whisper a mod. Paladin Lost is in chat there to post links. We had to disable link sharing in Twitch chat. Unfortunately, I'm a trans woman and a lefty streamer, so like white supremacists hate my guts and have doxed me, etc., etc., etc. And they also mass flooded my Twitch chat with like gore porn and all kinds of horrible things. So we had to disable link sharing in Twitch chat. I apologize. But if any of you would like to post links freely, riverboat.gg is my on-screen chat, and you can also post links there. Sorry, that really sucks. Well, kind of goes with the territory of being a political streamer and also a trans woman. Regardless of who armed them, that's why Israel allows them to exist and props them up. Yep. One of the main Israel journal openly, explicitly, and directly blamed him and his extremist coalition for violence. A lot of Jewish Israeli people and groups know that the occupation is unstable and unsustainable. Well, yeah. And frankly, the fascists in Israel also know that it's unsustainable. And Netanyahu, who's probably done more than any living person to sustain the apartheid state, also knows that this is unsustainable. So he's choosing to, I think he's going to choose to end it in the worst possible way. What is the purpose besides taking land and ridding of Hamas, though? Are there resources there, or is this more about region and politics, etc.? So, first of all, the land is very important. The land is very much farmable. If Gaza were given access to like resources and was freely able to like drill wells and farm the land, it'd be quite a prosperous region to my understanding. It also has if I'm going to be 100% frank with you, one of the things that investors in Israel want is to essentially gentrify Palestine. That's effectively what settlers have been doing at a very slow pace for decades now. And with, guaranteed water rights and guaranteed ability to farm without like snipers trying to kill you, and also all of the investment that they want to do into the region, there is a lot of money to be made for businessmen in Israel. And that's why a lot of those businessmen are members of Netanyahu's party. They want to profit off of the region. It's going to be a whole lot of cheap land that can be very easily leveraged for profit. There's a reason why they keep talking about turning it into a parking lot. Because it's perfectly flat and easily developed. And they're very excited at the prospect of having all of that land. It's always about the money. I mean, it's not just about the money in this case. That's just another piece of the puzzle, right? Like, that's where Netanyahu has gotten his support, It's... Yeah, it's very, very complicated and hard to untangle, which is why I really appreciate people like Felix who are going and trying to explain it to people, because the only way we can fix this and avoid it in the future is by understanding. So thank you all for being here and like asking me questions. I do really appreciate you all asking questions, by the way. Davita, thank you for the $13 dono.
Your perspective is valuable in these dark times. Thank you, Tilda.
Oh, and good Felix, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate that immensely. Goodness. Made it to the website, #ad-free. Oh yeah, also, if you're over on Twitch, there are no ads if you go to riverboat.gg. Or YouTube. If you go to either one, there are no ads. I don't run them on my live streams, and I wouldn't run them on Twitch. Twitch let me do that. I want the ads though. Oh god, have you guys seen some of the ads that are being run right now by the Israeli government? Have you guys encountered any of them? Because they are insane. They are insane. Did you see the one that was targeted towards children? Did you guys happen to see that one? Yeah, the one targeting the children got me. That one got me, dude. We know your children can't read this, so let us tell you about why we're doing war crimes. It's so surreal.
Another based site chat friendo.
Kyrie, thank you for gifting a sub to Panda Bear. Just got a men's cologne that said, be myself, be emotional, so I'm pretty happy to see the lefty push on masculinity. Hell yeah. You should be able to cry. You know? You should be able to cry without hating yourself. Do you have any authors, scholars you'd recommend on the subject? I'm reading the free ebook on Verso right now and would like to read another. Oh God. Frankly, I learned a lot about this from Michael Brooks, actually. Michael Brooks had a huge impact on my understanding of geopolitics, and I know that his show is a bit dated now. Rest in peace, and rest in power. But check out the Michael Brooks show. His episodes on Israel-Palestine and all of his geopolitical content, absolute gold. And even if it's not super relevant in some cases, it will give you vital context for things that will that happen around the world. You know. What if we cry because we hate ourselves? Well, then you change yourself so you don't hate yourself. You know? I know that isn't a book or anything, but like I as a starting point, that was an excellent one for me. Also, by the way, just as something else I would recommend that is completely unrelated. I would recommend this book, Captive Genders. It's a really great it talks about kind of the history of trans people in the prison industrial complex, and the history of criminalization of like gender nonconforming people. It's very good. Who's it by? Erica A. Stanley and Nat Smith. So I would recommend this one. Nation of Islam, Obama was the best. True. Not to distract from the discourse, but I attended an all-day trans health seminar for future practitioners. Mind blown. So glad we are spreading trans advocacy in healthcare settings. Yeah, like, honestly, it's really nice because when I was growing up, like, I didn't know what a trans person was, right? Like, I grew up in a fundamentalist Christian household, like to the point where like I can remember being like 10 years old and like thinking like, oh shit, is it gonna be the rapture today? like I remember having thoughts like that, you know, and I didn't know what a trans person was. My entire knowledge of what a trans person was came from daytime television shows like Maury Povich, you know, or Jerry Springer. And it's incredible how far we've come. And I'm a little bit jealous of kids today because like I would have given anything to know that like it was okay to be a trans person. And it's really incredible, but there's still so much work to be done. So yeah, if any of you have questions about me being trans, by the way, I'm very happy to answer them because I know I wish I had someone to ask questions about transness to when I was a kid. Took me a long time to sort myself out. Remember that title? I sold 1,000 copies of it. Rip Modern Times bookstore. Aw, Modern Times. In 2015, I worked with 2 women. They transitioned to male. It was very unacceptable back then. They didn't come back because I assumed they knew they'd get hated on. Yeah. You know, like, it's really... I mean, there's a reason why so many trans women are big-time nerds, right? Like, we know it's hard out there to just exist, so we just stay home. I saw your tag said ally, and I was like, I thought she was trans. Then I saw your first tag. Yeah. I mean, I'm an ally, but also I'm trans, you know? And I know I'm saying a lot. It's just I've been talking for 4 hours about this stuff, and I'm trying to be a bit better about saying stuff like that. Yeah. It took a long time for me to figure out I was trans, and it's just now when I see a hospital, when I go into a healthcare facility and I see trans inclusive language, it makes me feel like I'm safe and I'm going to get like actual treatment. You know, like I know personally, I know trans women who have gone into healthcare facilities that don't have like inclusive language or anything like that. And like doctors just won't believe them when they're like, I don't have like a uterus. Like you don't, I'm here for this emergency reason. You don't have to do anything for my body because I don't have a uterus. And doctors are just like, oh, okay. And then like, you know, they still check out the uterus. It's wild. Anyway, all I'm saying is I love trans-inclusive language and trans-inclusive health advocacy. It's very, very important. I'm only 25 and found out last week that my first psychiatrist was using the DSM-3. Oh no. Oh no. It takes some people longer than others to discover and accept themselves. That's so true. You know, like, I wish people felt more free to question parts about themselves. You know, one of the most valuable parts of my life was figuring out I could question why I was the way I was, why I believed the things I believed. You know, that is a crucial skill to have, because if you never ask yourself those questions, you have a whole host of beliefs that you secretly hold and you don't even know that you hold them. You know? There are so many men in the world who never question their gender, who never question their sexuality, and because they're scared about what they might find. They've been told their entire lives that they're fundamentally this thing, and so they don't want to question if they're not that thing, because they know that people who are non-conforming in that way get treated poorly. You know, they grew up seeing the gay kid in their class like made fun of by the straight kids, and they know what it means to question and possibly find out something very inconvenient about yourself. I heard several explosions on the Gaza live feeds. Yeah, it's about 9 o'clock in the morning over in Gaza, so that wouldn't surprise me. My exposure to trans people was the same as Jack's, Maury Povich, or Donahue. In my 30s, I met a trans woman. She pretty much helped me kill every stupid half-assed belief I ever had about gender. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. I think what bursts most people's bubbles when it comes to trans people is just meeting or seeing a trans person who's able to like answer basic questions. Like that's what the vast majority of human beings need in order to be like, oh yeah, trans people are actually are fine actually. Very thankful for trans streamers. Probably wouldn't be here if not. Well, I'm glad that you're still with us, VCC TV. Oh yeah, we'll talk about this real quick. So there's a story coming out, and it hasn't like fully come out yet per se. However, we know that Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA is a fascist organization. But I guess I didn't think that they would become kind of a brown shirt movement, and that seems to be exactly what they are morphing into as time goes by. If you haven't been paying attention to Turning Point USA, they're essentially a fundamentalist religious organization dedicated towards, spreading the good word of conservatism and Christian nationalism. Charlie Kirk hosts and headlines religious revival meetings now, and also has like a daily show that he puts out where he just says the most unhinged things you can imagine. And, well, it turns out that Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA is now going around to college campuses and harassing professors. And this isn't something new exactly, but what is new is that they are seeking out professors specifically who teach about LGBTQ issues. And in a most recent case, they followed an English professor around an Arizona State University campus, harassing him on camera, accusing him of being a pedophile, saying that he was trying to groom children, etc., all of the usual arguments. And then there was an altercation where the professor claims that the Turning Point USA crew, there were two of them, one of them got in front of him and had his attention, and the other one went around behind him and tackled him to the ground. And we actually have an image here. Here are his injuries, blood on his face. David Boyles, an instructor at Arizona State University, posted a photo of his injuries on Instagram after two unknown people confronted him on October 11th, 2023, in a campus parking garage. So they followed him into a parking garage and basically jumped him. Now, Turning Point USA's official spokesman has declined to identify either of the people who were involved in this, but claims that they've reviewed the footage and they don't think anything wrong was done because they were just defending themselves. You see they are saying that the college professor lunged at one of the cameraman, and the other individual there restrained him and protected the cameraman. So, is the video on Twitter? I don't know if it's on Twitter yet. It wasn't when the story went live. If it is, I would love to see it. Can you whisper me the link? SDL is trying to figure out how to raid in. Well, I would very much appreciate that, Fels Informa. Also, folks, we've now been streaming for 4 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, remember to hit the follow button. And if you're on Twitch, if you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. We are still 2,000 subscribers, but we are rapidly growing. Next stop, 5K. Let's go. And we are relying on you hitting those subscribe buttons, and hit the like button on the stream. I believe last time I checked, we were still under 69 likes on the YouTube stream, so let's pump those numbers up. These are rookie numbers. And if you're over on riverboat.gg or anywhere else and would like to support me, please consider dropping some subs or donos, because I do not make money off of advertisements to pay my rent. So if you would like to make sure that I don't die and can continue making content, please consider dropping some subs or donos, because I very much appreciate them. Do we got oilers? We got any oil tycoons? Top of the hour time, baby. Damn, 80 likes on the YouTube now. Good job, Eggle Heggle. Real quick, I'm going to go get some water while the ad plays. I'll be right back. Also, I usually look prettier than this. I just haven't done my makeup today. Or put on, like, a presentable outfit. Ah, Eggle Heggle, thank you for the $5 dono on YouTube. Artistic Simplicity, thank you for subscribing with those sweet, sweet Bezos bucks. Love it when people distribute the wealth like that. Did stream die? No? Are you guys on Twitch seeing me all right? Stream's fine. Stream is not killed? Okay. I'm getting some lefty misinfo. Here in Florida, it's pretty crazy in UF that a few people have been arrested at a pro-Palestine event. Even worse is the statement from UF president. Yeah, a lot of the anti-Palestinian stuff that we're seeing here in the West is just insane. Like, France has banned, like, the display of the Palestinian flag or any pro-Palestine protests. The repression is staggering. I emailed you the link. I'm a Twitch noob. Didn't know how to whisper you. Okay, I'll take a look at my email. Yeah, France is the most Islamophobic European country, as far as I know. Like, I think there's even official there's like official polling on that. Oh yeah. Nope, you found it. This is absolutely it. Thank you for the email, lovely Angelique. So yeah, here's the video of the professor. Now, keep in mind what you're going to see, because I think I know which version of the video this is. This is the video that Turning Point USA is putting out itself. So the actual video of the incident, oddly enough, is clipped out. Oddly enough, just they claim a wire came loose in the scruffle. So what can you do? What can you do? You know, sometimes you just lose the most important part of the video, huh? Oh, also, y'all should check me out on Leftist Mafia last night. I did good. I think I did good.
Hey there, David. How you doing?
Oh, hey. How you doing?
Good. Hey, I just was wondering if I could ask you a couple questions.
Nope.
Why not?
Put that away.
Why? So let me ask you, when did you decide to get obsessed with sex education? Are you going to answer any of my questions?
Nope.
Okay,
Leave them
so
alone.
if I ask you how long you've been attracted to minors, or how long you've fantasized about minors having sex with adults and why you write about it in children's books, what are you going to tell me? Nothing? What are you going to do? David, you can't run. It's best if you just talk to me about why you want to push sodomy onto young people. That's the best thing to do, is just have a conversation. Right? You said that, right? Like, I'm obsessed with sex education. You said that?
Just to clarify, in case we have anybody in the audience, because, we got a decent number of people here. Just to clarify, we know from studies, we know this. This is just the best science we have, indicates that when you do sex education, when you incorporate sex ed, concepts of like consent in like, kindergarten and elementary school, and then you build up to like anatomical names in like middle, like elementary school age. You introduce consent in kindergarten, then you talk about anatomical names in like elementary school, and then you talk about like the actual, like what sex actually is and how it makes babies in like middle school. We know that having comprehensive sex ed programs reduces the rate of child sexual assault. We know that. We know that it reduces the rate of child sexual abuse. It outs more pedophiles. We catch more of them because children are able to articulate their experiences. We know that it basically helps us catch more child abusers and stop it in the first place, because there is a lot of child abusers take advantage of the ignorance of children. So if you just teach comprehensive sex ed, it's not going to stop all child sex abuse, but it does stop a significant portion of it. And these people spin the policies that reduce child sexual exploitation. They spin those policies as, oh, you're trying to teach kids about sex so you can have sex with them. That is their tactic. So the attacker in the video, probably pedos. Well, now I wouldn't speculate that. However, I would point out that Turning Point USA has a long and storied history of partnering and employing people who have a fondness for child pornography and child sex abuse. So I would point that out. I would point that out, that there is a more than non-zero chance that someone involved in their organization, who may or may not be on camera in this video, could be involved in activities like that. But I would never accuse them directly. That would be slanderous, libelous, perhaps, if I wrote it down.
Yes or no? No? Huh? Why do you feel like children need to be exposed to drag?
Hey, Bryce Trussell.
Why is that something that children should be exposed to? And why do you feel that drag queens benefit from children being present at drag shows where they shake their genitals and their fake breasts? Also, I was taking a look at your Substack, and it seems...
You know, it's very funny to me that they're like, they always get so weird about drag queens. They shake their fake breasts and their genitals, but like, why you saying it like that, bro? Like, it just makes it sound like you're the one who's like weirdly interested in it. I don't know, dude. These dudes. Again, these dudes obsess over trans women. So I refer to you as Jack. Yep, that's my name. But like, I guarantee you, I have seen a lot of men who look exactly like this Turning Point USA guy slide into my DMs. And you know what? I can tell you something else. I have never seen anyone who looks like the professor here slide into my DMs and try and be weirdly sexual with me on the down low. Okay? I just gotta say, I gotta call it like I see it. That's my lived experience right there.
Seems like you really, really hate Americans. Like, you just are disgusted with Americans in this country. And it's funny because you would like to see a different America exist where little boys are sodomized by people like you, right? Hey.
So this is the point where the wire got touched, and well, the wire got touched and we got no more video. Oddly enough, just cuts out the assault. Now, Turning Point USA is trying to claim that this lunge forward both dislodged a wire on the camera and destroyed all the other video of the interaction, and also that the movement of this professor constitutes an assault on the person filming, and so the other person leapt from behind and knocked him to the ground in a valiant, heroic effort. And yeah, I just don't buy that. I just there's no part about that story from them that I believe. This alone looks so bad, though. Well, it looks bad for who, you know? Because they think it looks bad for the professor. They're putting out this video to imply that this professor is a pedophile who hates America. You know? Really grasping at straws, aren't they? Well, I mean, they're propagandists. That's all they got. They literally went there to attack him? Yeah. Yeah, and they got a little bit overzealous. You know, they stepped over the legal line into assault. I mean, I see this and just see a piece of shit harassing a person going home from work. Well, yeah, but JW, you have to remember, you're a sane person. You know, you are a sane person, and this is not designed to appeal to sane people. Anti-trans propaganda is not designed to appeal to, you know, folks who are just going about their daily lives and, you know, living day to day. It's designed for people who are unhinged and are like, hell yeah, brother, I saw a drag queen once, and they looked at my child in the eye and said, hey child, wanna be trans like me? And then they shake their fake breasts all over the place. Brother, they're coming for our kids. Like those are the people that this is supposed to apply to, you know, is supposed to appeal to. This is not for normal, sane people. This is why Republicans get destroyed on trans issues time and time and time again. But that's the most radicalized portion of their base that they're constantly catering to, so they continue to make this propaganda, even though it's a losing issue for them. Also, yeah, a lot of trans people's titties are natural, okay? Not all of us have had implants. My titties are 100% homegrown. Reactionaries are many TOS names, true. So have they arrested or charged these people? I think there's an investigation ongoing. I don't think there have been charges or arrests made yet. Flush, flirt. Hey, you guys have missed. You know, no one ever sends several thousand people to raid me when I'm looking like a snack. Okay, they always send people to raid me when I'm in my like comfy Sailor Moon sweatshirt. %100% free range organic booba. Now in your local grocery store. I like the stream. Thank you, Sock Done Left. Even though Jack is not snacked. Are they buy one get one? I mean, I would say if your local you know, breast installation mechanic is offering a buy one get one, you should probably go someplace else. My booba dealer is out of stock. No! Hikiko Corgi, thank you for the $4 donut over on YouTube. I very much appreciate that. Oh. God. Anyone else have any questions for me? Because if not, we could start our little analog horror party in honor of Friday the 13th. Any update on the disgusting Harvard response to student action regarding Palestine? I mean, as far as I know, it's only gotten worse. You know, like they're now driving trucks around doxing like students that you know, again, not even like the actual student who wrote the letter, just students that they think might have written the letter. They got trucks riding around with just students' faces on them saying that they're like anti-Semites. Where do babies come from? The pee hole, obviously. I have one question. What are your tips for convincing parents to help you get gender-affirming care? Good question, Larsers. And that depends entirely upon you and your relationship with your parents, so I can only give you some guidance, which is that first you need to ask yourself a couple of very fundamental questions. Do you feel safe asking them? Because if the answer is anything other than an emphatic yes, then like you might need to consider holding off on asking until later in life, or pursuing, seeing, like going to your local gender clinic and seeing like what they might be able to do. They might be able to, for example, set you up with a gender therapist who can serve as like a mediator with you and your parents to talk about issues like that. That can sometimes be helpful. Additionally, look at how you're doing personally. Like if you feel like your parents would be physically safe, but maybe might kick you out, like, are you doing okay economically? Could you afford rent for a little bit? Unfortunately, these are questions to consider. And if they already know someone is trans, like if they already know that you're trans, and they just aren't convinced about the effectiveness of like trans healthcare interventions, I would say you could also reach out to a local gender clinic, or basically talk to a doctor, or you could find studies that support your position. Like I know Vosh like put together a while back an ultimate research doc, and I know people have a lot of different opinions about Vosh, but that research document was actually really good and useful. So it had a bunch of like studies about the like how much and how meaningful like parental acceptance is, and how like how effective gender affirming care is. So if you need like facts and studies to back up your position, those would be places I would suggest you look. If it's a question of safety, then like please consider both physical, economic, and economic safety. Like we don't need more queer youth on the street. There's already far too many. You were hella awesome on Leftist Mafia. I'm new to your channel. I'm really glad I learned of you through them. Yeah, Monica G. It was lovely to appear on stream with all those fine people. I've been a big fan of David Dole, Matt Binder. Like it was very meaningful to me to like actually like sit down and talk with Matt Binder. I've been watching the Majority Report for like a decade. Like it was really cool to see him and talk with him. And I always love Mike. I've been on Mike's show a couple times. He's been on my show now. You know, the Humanist Report, always really fun. Also, I support his presidential run. I think he will be an excellent opponent for Cenk Uygur. It'll be a campaign for the ages for sure. And I'm not just saying that because Mike would make me Secretary of State. Promise. They never did replace Illuminati with anyone, did they? I don't know if they did or not. I gotta be honest with you guys. I don't have a ton of free time in my day-to-day life, so I don't watch a ton of other people's content. So I vaguely know of the Illuminati drama, but I don't know anything about it really in great detail. Yeah, so Dr. Robotnik probably can't hear what I'm saying because of ads. Mike will be a major spoiler for Cenk's run. Oh man, we've talked enough about Cenk's run, but it is very funny. I used to look up to Cenk Uygur so much, and I've been so disillusioned by his decision to run in this election. Updates on that elected progressive judge, seeing attempts to impeach her. Yeah, no, she's having to deal with like attempts to impeach her repeatedly, and that's just because, frankly, Wisconsin is a hell state, like politically speaking. The Wisconsin legislature is insane. But also, Wisconsin is a very winnable state. Like, it used to be a purple state. The illegal redistricting basically created a Republican supermajority when there never should have been one in the first place. So she is going to be crucial in overturning the election map that's going to be used going forward. And that is going to make all of the difference, even if that's the one thing that she manages to get like rule on as a judge. It will basically mean the difference between Wisconsin being a blue state that is pro-labor and a deeply red state that is incredibly fascist. Yeah, Solo Flight Girl, it was very disappointing. You know, I've had Anna Kasparian on my show multiple times, and I held out a lot of hope for a long time, even as things spiraled, and you know, I reached out to her and she seemed to listen, and then no lessons were learned, you know? It's been very disappointing. Wait, do you have a link for that, Paladin? Oh, Dr. Robotnik, I was going to say, I don't pay attention to a lot of other people's shows. Only vaguely know about the Illuminati stuff. Don't know the specifics. I know that she was bad. Like, I saw something about maybe a sweatshop being run. I don't know. But, well, Hake Zula, you love Majority Report because you are a viewer of taste. How do you recommend talking to folks about how cis people get gender-affirming care too, such as boob job, nose job, acne treatment, steroids, hair loss, etc.? When I try to talk to folks about it, mostly men, they usually brush it off as me being a bit ridiculous. I mean, I would maybe point them to stories like, there was one recently about men using hammers on their faces to try and make themselves look more masculine. Or, like, the men who will, like, break their bones to be taller. Yeah. I was gonna cover this story, but like so much stuff has been going on with Israel and Hamas. Here. Yeah, so I mean, this is Daily Mail, so as always, take it with a huge grain of salt. But oh my god, so many ads. Okay. New TikTok bone smashing trend encourages people to hit themselves in the face with hammers to improve their looks. Again, I don't know how valid this is. Okay, this could be another Tide Pod situation. But also I just the idea behind the so-called bone smashing is that people hit their faces with hammers, bottles, massagers, weights, or other blunt objects to break or fracture their bones in the hopes of reshaping their facial structure. Videos with the phrase bone smashing tutorial. Oh god. Oh, wow. Did you talk to an actual doctor who said, please don't break the... He literally said, please don't intentionally break the bones in your face. I mean, that's just sound medical advice. Despite the dangers of the trend, videos with the phrase bone smashing tutorial have already racked up 364 million views on TikTok. Man. Oh man. Oh god. TikTokers' rationale for the bizarre practice appears to have to do with Wolff's Law, devised by German anatomist and surgeon Julius Wolff in the 1800s. Now again, I'm not a doctor, chat, but I gotta say, if you're taking health advice or medical advice from a doctor from the 1800s, don't do that. Like, They had doctors going around saying like you needed snake oil because of your skull shape. Like what are you doing? The law is based on the fact that our bones are not inanimate structures. They constantly change as old or damaged bone tissue is reabsorbed and replaced by new bone. Okay, this is just explaining how bones work. Applying force or physical stress to bones can increase the rate at which this regeneration process happens and give you firmer, thicker bones. But there's a vast difference between the force on bones that comes from carrying shopping or lifting weights and hitting yourself in the face with a blunt object. Man, I feel like this is the most obvious article of all time, dude. Dude. So, moral of the story, don't hit yourself in the face with a hammer. It's not going to make you more handsome. Yeah, again, young conservative men willing to hit themselves in the face with hammer or break their their shins and thigh bones to be taller, not willing to accept that some people need gender affirming care. Well, Moldavite wormhole, you were doing it wrong. You're not supposed to hit your eye with a hammer. You're supposed to hit the bone with a hammer, silly. I forgot to mention the guy running for president in Argentina blocked me on Twitter. Oh, guys, have you seen the guy? Have you guys seen who's running to be president in Argentina? The fascist? Have you guys seen him? First of all, Hikigo Corgi, wear that as a badge of honor. The fascist candidate in Argentina. Oh my god, he looks like a cartoon character, dude. Dude, he looks unreal. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. The sideburns, man. That's weird. He looks like this in every picture. Also, he just looks like a fash, you know? Something about the eyes and the spittle coming out of his mouth. Can we get like a side view of this guy? Oh yeah. Oh my god. He looks like Joaquin Phoenix doing some deep undercover role. Oh man, dude. Also, his hair does look like it's constantly an alien organism trying to eat his face. It looks like some sort of like Venom symbiote situation. And it just looks like that all of the time. I mean, like look at this. He's side by side with another human being in this one. I mean, like what is happening here? What is happening here? It just, I mean, he's a cartoon. He's like an actual cartoon. You know, if he wasn't a fascist, I would love him on aesthetics alone. Okay? Like, he's just so weird looking. He looks like a Neil Breen character. He looks like someone you would cast in a reboot of The Room. '70s porn star hair, yeah. Yeah, Javier Milei. Forgive me for being mean, but he just looks like a middle-aged Argentinian. I know. That's not true. I've seen other people from Argentina. Let's see, can we find I'm trying to find, like, I mean, there's no picture in which he looks like a normal person. I mean, like, look at this, dude. He's like giving a death stare to the world. He did a photo shoot where this was one of the pictures he did. This is one of his professional pictures. Oh god. He looks like a villain trying to manifest superpowers. I don't know. That's look. I don't have substantial criticism on his policies because they're just bad. He's a fasci. But I feel completely entitled to be very mean about his hair. I mean, what is happening here? Like what is happening here, man? What are you doing? Oh god. Okay. Let's see. Can't be real. It's real. It's real. He wants to dollarize the economy, abolish the central bank. He's pro-organ trade, but anti-abortion as well. How can you be pro-organ trade and anti-abortion? Okay, whatever, bro. Whatever. All right. Gonna look up something real quick. Can we get an update here? Al Jazeera. What are his polling numbers? Okay. So we do have an update here, okay? We have an update on Israel and Hamas. Courtesy of Al Jazeera. Thanks for looking out, Paladin Lost. So, here we go. Yeah. Wait, why did it link to this page? I want to know more about the breaking news. Okay. Anyway, apparently Israel has announced a 6-hour evacuation window, which, by the way, this is how you know they're not serious. They are not serious about trying to actually get anyone out of a war zone. They're giving 6 hours to escape from what could be a genocide. It's a joke. You know, like, this would be like saying, hey, entire city, leave your homes. You have 6 hours to get out of whatever state you're in, you know? And also, there's only one place you can go to escape. apparently the PLO is also in the process of negotiating to hopefully open up those corridors. Confirmation of some IDF raids into Gaza. Okay. Here we go. The Israeli army says it will allow safe movement for Palestinians in Gaza to move from Beit Hanun in the north to Khan Yunis in the south between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. So best of luck. Got 6 hours to go to the south. Spokesperson Avichai Adri said residents can travel on 2 designated streets, Al-Bahar and Salah al-Din, without any harm. If you care about yourself and your loved ones, go south as instructed, he wrote in Arabic on Twitter. This is deeply unserious. They already told people to evacuate to the south, and then they bombed them for doing so. Also, I was under the impression that they were allowing people to go through their territory to, like, find asylum in Israel, perhaps, or go to a neighboring country. But no. This is just safe passage to the south, to southern Gaza. They aren't allowed to escape Gaza. They're just allowed to safely go to one other place in Gaza. And once they're in that place, by the way, there's no guarantee that they're safe, okay? So, the place they're going to is Khan Yunis. And guess what? Guess what, chat? We have some latest images out of Khan Yunis here. Or Khan Yunis. Palestinians search for survivors after under the rubble of a building destroyed by Israeli aerial attack. So, like, once you get there, they're still bombing the shit out of you. Like, unfortunately, Paladin, the link isn't taking me to an article, it's just taking me to the auto feed. Which thing were you attempting to link? Which story? Is that the top of the feed? The top one that I'm seeing is an outcry over Ukraine, big business now muted. Maybe I need to refresh. In red? Well, so I'm on here. I'll show you. Like, this is the page it links to. When I click on any of these breaking stories, it brings me back here. And this is the top story. Before they attacked Gaza, I believe they had enough food to feed 50,000 people. But yeah, the PLO is working to get these humanitarian corridors, which would be vital for, any food or water getting to Palestinians. Do you have a link to the PV Discord? You can use exclamation point volunteer to get a link to the PV Discord. Or wait, no, that doesn't go to the Discord. Yeah, you have to fill out this form, but this might be an older volunteer form site. No? Okay. I don't know. I don't have a direct link at the moment, but I'll get this all refreshed. I'm sorry. I gotcha. It's just so new. Let's see, maybe something on Twitter. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know how you believe Israel on this point when this is one of the news segments that came out today.
3 convoys of what appear to be evacuees were just hit by Israeli strikes in Gaza. That's according to the Palestinian Health Ministry and also some of our own interviews. 70 people are dead. Only an hour. IDF said an extensive attack against military targets.
That wasn't me. That's the video just jumps.
Within Gaza was underway. This morning, Israel dropped thousands of leaflets in the north of the Strip warning civilians to go south. Quote, Gaza City has turned into a battlefield. Leave your homes immediately, read the...
Well, who turned it into a battlefield? Thanks, assholes. Additionally, people in Gaza have phones and computers and the internet. Wonder why none of them could get this message via technological means. Really makes you think.
Those flyers. The IDF told Gaza City residents they would refrain from touching an evacuation route until 8 p.m. That was just about 2 hours ago. Quote, no one knows where we're going, one Gaza resident told NBC News, but we're ready to run. NBC News can now report...
Yeah, again, like, there's a new evacuation route to another city in Gaza. Like, why should anyone believe this? You know, they're gonna get killed if they go. They're gonna get killed if they stay. Like, a lot of them are just saying, well, we're gonna stay. New story. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Let's see. IDF announces safe passage for Palestinians fleeing to southern Gaza. Over 1 million Palestinians, again, half of whom are children in northern Gaza, faced an Israeli deadline on Saturday to evacuate south. The IDF announced a time period during which it will be safe to move for Gazans. I just... How can you believe that after they were literally bombing people, doing that yesterday? The spokesman said the Gazans fleeing to the south upon Israel's orders will be provided with a safe passage on 2 main roads south in the territory between 10 a.m. and 1600, but did not specify which main roads would be open. Israel is pledged to eliminate Hamas. Yeah. UN relief chief. The order to evacuate 1.1 million people from northern Gaza defies the rules of war and basic humanity. Yeah, no, just to be clear, displacing 1.1 million people is effectively ethnic cleansing. Didn't they bomb ambulances evacuating? They've been prioritizing healthcare workers, journalists, medical facilities, schools, etc. They've been prioritizing those targets. Can you elaborate on why leaflets versus technology? I'm not sure I understand. To make it harder to get the message? No, Hakezula. The reason they're using leaflets is because Israel controls the supply of food, water, electricity, and fuel that go into Gaza. The electronic devices that Gazans have are running out of batteries. In fact, by today, most of them will probably be dead, barring any Palestinian who happens to have a working set of solar panels. Additionally, today, Israel is going to be turning off internet access to the Gaza Strip. So they're using leaflets because they specifically turned off electrical power to Gaza. That's why they had to use leaflets. It's not because they just don't have technology. It's not like they're like, you know, just unable to use tech. It's because they are actively being denied that, along with other basic necessities of modern living. And yes, no, exactly, Sophie. This is being done deliberately so that there is less press coverage of the inevitable war crimes that are about to ensue on the people in Gaza. Well, it's the fact that they're the ones that did it to them, and I just wanted to make sure that people know that, like, people in Gaza are, like, modern human beings. Like, they're living in absolute poverty, right? But they have computers, you know, like, there's an idea, you know, rooted in racism, obviously, like, that some people have, that, like, oh, like, people in Africa just, like, live in huts and stuff and don't have any of the modern stuff we have here in the West. But, like people in Africa have, like, skyscrapers and, like, modern technology and, like, are very capable of using it and being, like, very skilled at it. And that is also true of people in Gaza. Oh my god! Yeah, we needed a palate cleanser. Here's Super Mario Bros. In its worldwide debut 4K with a newly restored alternate work print cut. We've taken it to the next level with Trust the Fungus Collector's Edition, which includes almost 500 pages of content and over 10 new extras. Pre-order here from Umbrella Entertainment. That was my terrible Brooklyn accent. Uh-oh. Okay. This is fake, right? No, it's not. Super Mario Brothers Trust the Fungus Big Collector's Pack. Rigid outer slipcase. Scripts book. Behind the scenes book. Replica souvenir magazine. 2 A3 reversible poster. 8 replica lobby cards. Genuine film cell. And a sticker sheet. Now, this is great because you can't actually stream the Super Mario Brothers movie anywhere. I found that out recently. It's actually very hard to find online if you aren't going on the high seas. So I unironically love that they're making a 4K remaster. I can't wait to see that. Behind the scenes of a genuinely terrible movie. But often behind the scenes of a genuinely terrible movie are the best behind the scenes. You know? Like, on the one end of the spectrum, you got, like, Lord of the Rings and, like, the massive undertaking of, like, perfectly pulling off this film trilogy. And that's amazing to watch. And on the other hand, you want to know what happened behind the scenes on The Room, okay? Like, both behind the scenes are very, very good. Collector's Edition comes with action figures of Bob Hoskins and Dennis Hopper rolling over in their graves for being in the film. Honestly, though, one of the standouts for me is John Leguizamo. I love John Leguizamo in anything, and honestly, I love him in this movie too. He's such a great dope. I love him. It's true, Drago. You want to know what's behind the scenes. Oh my god, on one of the single best DVD features I ever saw was a commentary track for Total Recall with Paul Verhoeven and Arnold Schwarzenegger. Verhoeven would chime in every once in a while to give some insight on how a special effect was pulled off. And the rest of it was just Schwarzenegger plainly describing everything he sees in front of him. Yeah. The only version of the Super Mario Brothers movie I've ever been able to watch is the riff tracks version. So I'm glad this is out. I would like to just have the movie. Also, folks, thank you so much for hitting the follow button over the course of this stream. You guys have taken me from like 9,100 subs or followers over on Twitch to 9,400 something. That's amazing, and I really hope I see a lot of you back again because you all seem really cool. I like having the conversation we're having, and yeah. Also, that much closer to 10K, baby. Let's make it there by the end of the year. It's been a good day for being the channel. Also, damn, we are 8 likes away on the YouTube stream from 100 likes on the stream. Let's do it. Let's go. You know, I've been doing this for several years now. It is very hard to get a channel up off the ground as a trans person in media. So just thank you all a lot. Like it genuinely means the world to me that you guys find this stream valuable and are getting something out of it. Let's see. All right. I think we're basically at the top of the hour. This is where I ask you, hey, if you're enjoying the stream, consider making some subs and donos, because that helps me stay alive, and I'd very, very much appreciate it. I need to use the bathroom really badly. When I get back, we're going to switch over. We're going to switch gears a little bit, and we are going to go over an analog horror series. So get your blankies, get a snack, get some water, and I'll be seeing what you guys have to say about which one you are most interested in, because I have several to choose from, and I'm very excited. I intended to start this a lot earlier, but you know, here we are. So it'll be a little bit spooky in here for Spooky Month. I'll leave you with some jams while I go to the bathroom. I won't leave you in cruel, cruel silence. Hello. How we doing, folks? Shut down all the streams and feeds. I have whiskey and snacks. Time for spoops. Hell yeah. That's the right attitude to have, folks, because we have some analog horror series for you today. Good Felix, I would love to watch In the Mouth of Madness. Unfortunately, that would be DMCA'd real quick. However, we can watch some analog horror series that are posted on YouTube, and luckily we're living in kind of a renaissance of good analog horror. And you guys have a few options here. So, I'm gonna describe the options. So, first up, we've got a series called Q. It's effectively a horror anthology. I think it's Fake Documentary Q is the full name of it. And essentially each of these is kind of a self-contained story with English subtitles. Supposedly very, very creepy. Haven't watched any of them. Can't vouch for them. Next we have a series called Petscop, or Petscop, which is apparently like a video game let's play of a game that doesn't exist that gets progressively more unsettling as it goes. Then we have Surreal Broadcast, which is a collection of forgotten tapes about a small town in Maine. And that has 3 different seasons. We also have Eventide Media Center, which I actually had to look for quite a bit. The original YouTube channel for this got taken down for some reason, and all of this has only recently been re-uploaded. So we'd go through these. I've heard they're very fun. Then we could take a look at the other works of Mr. Manticore, some of his short films. And then there's this one called the Minerva Alliance, which seems to be like essentially a group of concerned citizens piecing together some sort of wider story. I don't really know much about it. And then there's this one called Midwest Angelica, and I don't know anything about that. See, I think it's about like the discovery of a VHS tape. So I'm just doing an informal gauging of the reaction here on YouTube, Twitch, and Riverboat.gg. Which one sounds the most interesting to you fine folks? Minerva seems to... No, I don't want to poll. We got a bunch of people watching in Twitch. I want to be fair to them too. Just type which one you're more interested in. Type which one sounded interesting. Minerva, Petscop. Twitch chat. Do you guys have any input here? Minerva, Midwest Angelica. Petscop, I know, aware. It's so good. Minerva. A lot of you seem to be in favor of Minerva, so I think we're going to go with that one. And YouTube chat just said nothing. Guys are slacking. All right, we're going to check out the Minerva Alliance. Their playlist. Okay. Okay, so interesting. Okay, we're going to start out by watching the very first video on this channel, which is called Depreciated Our Mission Statement. So, let's check it out. It's an urgent message to all American citizens. While there's no simple way to state this, it is important to know that the following information for safety and informational reasons. There are anomalies in our world, things that are unexplainable by science and logic, and your government is hiding this information from you, claiming them to be unusual cases of non-anomalous phenomena or beings. This disinformation campaign has resulted in the senseless loss of countless lives and could have been prevented if the populace had known about these anomalies beforehand. That is why we have founded the Minerva Alliance, an activist organization founded to inform the American population of the anomalies that exist in your communities, so that you can prepare and take action should anomalous activity begin in your area. Our agents work day and night to uncover and provide proof of such anomalous phenomena, whether it's through recovered footage, documentation, or anything in between. It is time we as citizens stop being kept in the dark about things that could affect our daily lives if left unchecked. It is time we learn the truth for ourselves. Stay tuned for more information and news. You deserve to know the truth, and we will provide it to you. Stay safe. The Minerva Alliance. Okay, that's number one, but it's depreciated, so I'm guessing it no longer applies. So that's just kind of keep that in your back pocket. Good night, Hake. I'm in Veggies, so if I go silent, it was nice chatting with you. I'm so glad Caroline sent us here. I'm glad you guys are here too, and much love to Caroline. I know she's putting up with a whole lot of bullshit right now. All right, so we're gonna start with this playlist. The Minerva Alliance Video Library, an up-to-date collection of audiovisual media processed and uploaded by Minerva archival personnel. New videos will be added to this collection as they become available. So the first one we got, recovered footage, Mr. Know-It-All's Game Show Spectacular. What is it? There's something about this that is going to very much unnerve me just because it's clearly for a children's show. This video is published by Little Sisters Entertainment. Okay, we gotta read that out, sorry. No part of this video may be reproduced in whole or in part, or stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by means electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, or otherwise, without written permission of the publisher. The game is played over the course of 3 rounds: multiple choice round, fill in the blank round, lightning round. 2. For each question, declare what you think is the correct answer in the given time limit. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna have to read these faster. Award yourself points for any question you get right. 4. The player with the most points at the end of the game wins. Ready to find out who's the Mr. Know-It-All of your group? Let's begin. Round 1. Multiple choice, 6 seconds to answer, 5 points for correct answers. There are 3 different kinds of consumers in an ecological system: carnivores, herbivores, and A, multivores, B, omnivores, C, scavengers, D, autovores. 2. How many rings make up the symbol for the Olympic Games? 3, 4, 5, or 6? That's right, 5. 3. In the book Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, who is the first to be ejected from the factory tour? Violet, Mike, Veruca, or Augustus? That's right, Augustus. Which of these countries is located the closest to the equator? United States, Norway, Panama, or Cuba? That's right, Panama. What are the roots of the following equation? X. Fuck that. I am not good at math. Good night, Monica. Fill in the... I love all of you in chat just saying fuck you, game. Oh god. Sorry. Yeah, who's gonna fill in my blank? Finish the following quotation. The only thing we have to fear is... fear itself! I always run but never walk, murmur but never talk, have a mouth but never eat, and have a bed but never sleep. What am I? A river! A riverboat? In order, name the first 3 letters of the Greek alphabet. Alpha, beta, gamma. How are you feeling today? Oh my god. It perfectly encapsulated my answer. Of just... When you disappoint your parents, what do they typically do to you? I understand. The blank of a boat steers it in the water. Rudder. Water is composed of 2 blank atoms and 1 oxygen atom. Hydrogen. The American Revolution started in 1775 and ended in 1783. The act of eating one's own kind is called cannibalism. During the French Revolution, the device used to behead people was the guillotine. On average, how long does one survive without air? 3 seconds. Jesus Christ. Wait. How long can one survive without air? 3 minutes! The color of the alert that is issued when children go missing is called... amber. Jesus Christ. The response people have when flooded with adrenaline is called blank. Jesus. As children, many people have a fear of clowns. Fuck, man. Why is... Why is this so unnerving to me? I hate clowns. Jesus Christ, what the hell? Yay! Yay! All right, we're on the next one, I guess. Recovered footage, Pegasus Neuralink promotional video.
The following video contains restricted information regarding an upcoming Pegasus product release, and is to be viewed by project employees and other authorized persons only. Any person found to have viewed or shared the following without prior authorization will face immediate termination from their position or cessation of partnership with Pegasus Innovations, and legal action if applicable.
Heh, I don't have legal permission. I'm a bad girl. The telecommunications field is evolving rapidly, with a rising demand for personal telecommunications products in recent years. However, while most companies are simply converting traditional telephones into a more compact form with mobile phones, Pegasus proposes an alternative. This product, called Pegasus Neuralink, combines knowledge from neuroscience and quantum physics to give consumers the best communication system that science can possibly offer. This video will cover the basic operating principles of the Pegasus Neuralink, as well as discussing its advantages over traditional communication devices. Current communication technologies utilize electromagnetic waves to transmit information from one location to another. While the use of electromagnetic waves works well under most circumstances, signal fading can pose significant challenges in achieving sufficient communication. The quantum telepathy technique proposed by Pegasus makes these issues irrelevant, since quantum entanglement transmits the information at superluminal speeds. To facilitate quantum telepathy, the Neuralink electrodes access the user's brainwaves, and the unit then encodes the sender's thoughts at the quantum level, once the unit is synchronized. This system permits not only communication at unprecedented speeds, but communication that is noise-free as well, making the challenges of previous communications a thing of the past. The Pegasus Neuralink requires access to the user's brainwaves in order to encode the thoughts to be sent to the receiver unit. First, calibration of the Pegasus Neuralink must be performed in order to account... Jesus Christ. For the user's brainwave activity. This helps the Neuralink system encode the correct thoughts to be transmitted to the receiver unit, ensures reliable performance of the system. Once calibration is complete, the user places the Neuralink electrodes on their temples and dials the receiver's poly number to quantum synchronize the two units. All other functionalities of the Pegasus Neuralink are identical to that of traditional telephone. Users should keep the following in mind. 1. Users should not use the Neuralink in any liquid environment. Users should not drop the Neuralink on any hard surface. Users should make sure the unit holds at least 20% charge to avoid damage to the battery when recharging. Disassembly and/or repair of the unit should be done at a registered Pegasus facility. Although the quantum telepathy technology shown previously...
Keep these words carefully, for they concern you and your future. Your true purpose and potential have been obscured by the material world. Your senses cannot see beyond the here and now, and have limited you from the beginning. However, I am the light of enlightenment in the sea of ignorance, and seek to help you. Achieving your true calling requires you to connect to something higher than yourself. The sacred gateway will allow you to receive the guidance you have been searching for. I will help realize your full potential and allow you to lead a fulfilling life. Remove the world from your eyes and see for yourself what the world has hidden from you. Your true purpose and potential await you in a unique realm of harmony and prosperity. Until we next speak, may peace be upon you.
I feel like shaving my head and joining an alien cult now. The product is scheduled to be released in 1996. Okay, this is unusual EAS alert from the 6th... Wait. From 1999. Oh, hey, I know this.
Everybody that you meet has an original point of view. And I say,
The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for the following counties: Cass, ND, Clay, Minnesota, effective until 06/25/99, 8:30 Central Time. The National Weather
National
Service.
Weather Service in Grand Forks has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Cass County in eastern North Dakota, Clay County in western Minnesota, until 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. At 8:51 p.m., National Weather Service Doppler radar indicated a severe thunderstorm located approximately 1 mile east of Wheatland, or 4 miles west of Castleton, moving east at 45 miles per hour. The storm will be near Mapleton at 9 p.m., West Fargo at 9:06 p.m., Fargo at 9:11 p.m., Moorhead at 9:13 p.m. Take cover now. Get to a basement, storm cellar, or other underground shelter immediately. Close and lock the entrance to the shelter. If you are unable to find an underground shelter, attempt to hide in a deep ditch, storm drain, or the site which is as minimally exposed to the sky as possible. If you are in a car, evacuate from the Fargo area immediately, heading either north or south as directed by law enforcement. Do not leave your shelter or return to the Fargo area until the warning is lifted. No shelter above ground can protect you from this storm, regardless of its construction. To repeat, the National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Cass and Clay counties effective until 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. Get to an underground shelter or evacuate now.
Contest. Hi.
Okay, now we're on Tau Omicron Z. I always, X's are hard when they're first letters. Initiation tape. Which one is this? I think we're on the third or fourth one now. We are all mole people now. Yes, the basement is your new home. Abandon the surface world. Welcome, initiates. You are almost ready to become sisters of the oldest and most exclusive sorority in the history of the United States. However, you must first complete the initiation our sisterhood has instated to assure your full loyalty and dedication to the organization. This video was created to help you fulfill this requirement. Follow the on-screen instructions to complete the initiation process. Thank you! You will take the oath of initiation at this time. Raise your right hand up, palm outward, and recite the following aloud. I state your name, take this oath of initiation to demonstrate my acceptance and the honor for the ideals held by the Sisterhood of Tau Omicron G, and to demonstrate my acceptance of all the benefits and responsibilities associated with my membership in the Sisterhood. I pledge my full and unwavering support to my fellow sisters in their time of need, and to assist with any and all activities undertaken by the Sisterhood for her benefit. I pledge that my words and actions reflect positively on the Sisterhood, and that they help the Sisterhood attain its goals and its vision. I pledge to consume the elixir of sisterhood, which will demonstrate my loyalty and commitment to the mission of the Sisterhood, and to make my fellow sisters aware of this. Most importantly, I pledge my time and my resources to ensure the continued existence of the Sisterhood, and to ensure her customs and beliefs remain in practice in the decades to come. In the name of the eternal Sisterhood, I swear the above. Oh no, this is the Minerva Alliance. Oh wait. You will now prepare the elixir of sisterhood to complete the initiation process. The on-screen instructions will assist you in performing this task. You will consume this elixir... Wait. Consume this elixir in the third part of the initiation proceedings. Step 1. Pour 40 milliliters of vodka into the glass. This represents the spirit of sisterhood. Step 2. Pour 140 milliliters of fruit punch into the glass. This represents the richness of sisterhood. Step 3. Pour 70 milliliters of ginger ale into the glass. This represents the passion of sisterhood. Step 4. Stir the contents of the glass until they are evenly mixed. This represents the unification of the 3 virtues of sisterhood. Step 5. Bow your head and speak the following aloud. Sister on high, may the following actions be proof of our unwavering commitment to you and the sisterhood. Step 6. Cut your hand with the knife provided and put 3 drops of blood into the glass. This represents the bond of sisterhood. Step 7. Put 3 drops of blood into your neighboring sister's glass. This represents the blood bond between you and you will share with your fellow sisters. Step 8. Using the provided syringe, obtain 5 milliliters of fluid from the vessel of life in the center of the table. Jesus. What? Step 9. Inject 5 milliliters of life essence into the glass. This represents the eternity of sisterhood. Step 10. Allow all ingredients to settle. You will consume this mixture in a few moments. Consume the elixir of sisterhood. Obey our sister on high's decrees. Through her, all our goals can be achieved. In the name of the sisterhood. You're now an official member of the Tau Omicron G National Sorority. If you have any questions, contact your chapter's High Priestess for more information. Hee For those of you who are coming back, we are going over an analog horror series titled, from the channel The Minerva Alliance. Yeah, so we're just trying to figure out what may or may not be going on. Hey, Drew in Georgia. Had me fooled? Wait, I had you fooled how? Spooky. Yeah, Surfer McGritty, you got it right. Yeah, Danny Boy to Great. We just finished covering Monument Mythos, and now I'm waiting for the new season of it to be done, so I can go over all of it again. Can we go back and see what the flashing screen said? Sure. Wait, okay. We siphon the ichor of youth so we can discover the truth of what our full potential is and why we could not achieve this. Wait. We siphon the ichor of youth. Nature itself is a burden on our lives, already broken by the cold, cruel world around us. To overcome this, we must. Our ancient practices permit us to make time itself submit to our will, to our desire, for us to never expire. Rejuvenation is the key to our ultimate destiny. Eternal youth will set us free from natural powers that be. Youth is only for the worthy, those who prize it like a trophy. Any who do not believe this fact should not be in sisterly pact. Our existence is forbidden by those who want the truth hidden. In the decades since our founding, the hunt for us never ending. The sisters brought into our midst swear to abide by all of this. Serve the flock at any and all costs, else all we have worked for is lost. The sister on high is our guide, by her vast wisdom we abide. From her come the fruits of knowledge that we use to our advantage. Man, the rhyming scheme in this does not work, but, you know, that's my nitpick. Our youthful forms pervert nature, and thus are anything but pure. But eternal youth is the light that keeps our futures shining bright. We siphon the ichor of youth so we can discover the truth of what our full potential is and why we could not achieve this. Okay. So it goes over this several times. And then this one, obey our sister on high's decrees. Through her, all our goals can be achieved. In the name of the sisterhood, praise be unto her. And then this one says, subdextrovenians? Man, that's creepy. And there was like one more screen at the end, I think. Yeah, maybe not. Okay. Oh, yeah, this is recovered footage, Madame Claire, the psychic savant. Little Sisters Entertainment Company. Hope you're doing all right, Drew in Georgia. Missed you. Madame Claire, the psychic savant. Oh, I don't like that.
Why, hello, dearies. I am Madame Claire, and welcome to my tent of fortunes. I have had the pleasure of helping many of my clients see and make sense of their future, from everyday people like yourselves to the richest and most famous celebrities on Hollywood Boulevard. My travels around the country have helped make my tent of fortunes the most popular attraction at many theaters, fairs, and festivals. And now that you're all here, you'll get to see my wondrous soothsaying abilities firsthand.
Oh shit, she has the Saudi orb.
First, let's look to the cosmos.
Ultimate
and see
power.
What the great celestial bodies above have to say. Indeed, they have been used in times long ago to predict what one's path in life would be, what the outcome of an upcoming battle would be, and even how the gods of ancient civilizations were feeling. Without further ado, let's take a look and see what the stars say about you.
Madame Claire. Wait, sorry, I feel I need to read it in like old-timey speak. Madame Claire's horoscopes. Aries, your energy and confidence will be full display today. You might also be more adventurous and take on that daunting task you've been putting off for a while. However, be extra wary, as your drive to get ahead in work may affect your relationships with those close to you, and they might not be around for as long as you might think. Taurus, frugality with your resources has always been your strong suit. This and staying true to your personal philosophies has helped you to get to where you are today. Both will come in handy in the near future, as some unexpected events may occur in the future, and you'll need everything you've saved up to get through them. Gemini, new situations have never been a struggle for you. Effectively communicating your wants and needs has helped create and foster the many relationships you currently have. Consider taking advantage of your connections now, as they may vanish at a moment's notice. Cancer. As a child, your imagination was as boundless as the sea itself. Protecting and cherishing loved ones has also been something essential to your being. Today, take the time to show how much you care for someone close to you, as things may not stay the same for same for you, all for too much longer. Damn, a lot of these are they're a little sussy. Always receptive to new ideas. A Leo. Finding a new way to solve problems has never been a challenge for you. Your enthusiasm and generosity have helped you where you are have helped you share these solutions with those around you. Perhaps your skills will come in handy for the trials that lie ahead. Oh, God. Virgo. As the voice of reason, you bring civility and order to tense and stressful situations. Your reputation for reliability and faithfulness has made you trusted confidant to those who are around you the most. Today, be a good friend and advise those who trust you to prepare for misfortunate circumstances that might happen in the near future. Libra, your easygoing nature has made many friends over the years. In addition, your diplomatic personality has salvaged many relationships from the brink of destruction. These traits might come in handy later, since many of you and your friends' relationships will be put to the test very soon. Scorpio, fiery, passionate, and determined. You take on any task given to you and see it through to its completion. Wink. This same passion was what allowed you to be successful and prosperous in life thus far. However, upcoming events may push your determination and passion to their limits and make any preparations necessary for this. Sagittarius. Your honest and kind nature has made you a trusted friend and coworker over the years. Being optimistic and affectionate toward others has helped many overcome great struggles and achieve huge things. However, today may be a day where your honesty is preferable over optimism, so prepare yourself however you see fit. Oh no. Ugh. Capricorn. As one who let no details slip by, you are able to remain on top. This font is very hard to read. I'm sorry. Remain on top of even the most complex and challenging of burdens. This has helped you make outstanding achievements in your endeavors. However, not everything can be mapped out and analyzed logically. This week will be a chance for you to learn to improve on the fly. Aquarius. As lively as the stars themselves, you always find a way to bring everyone together to celebrate momentous occasions. However, being able to act independently has also allowed you to forge your own path and your own destiny in life. This will be of particular use in the next few days, as you may not be able to count on those you have trusted up to this point. Oh dear. Pisces. Contemplative about the nature of things, you can take your mind to places most mankind cannot. Your intuition with regards to most things in life has allowed you to recognize and address needs that most do not realize need to be sated. This intuition will be put to the test in the immediate future. Pay close attention, as your friends may need you during this time.
But we're only just beginning, my dearies. I'm also particularly fond of the tarot, since their more concrete yet mystical nature can help divine the future of those who prefer seeing their fortunes told right in front of their eyes. Perhaps what I will showcase next will help speak to those watching who are more grounded in the concrete than their peers. Let's take a look.
Echoplex Media, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Come on in. Make yourself cozy. We're watching creepy stuff. Hey, hack all the things. Okay, we got the sun. Your past, while it had your fair share. God damn it. Your past, while it had your fair share of hardships, was filled with enough joy and enough encouragement to help you get to where you are today. don't know what this says. I can't read it. Whether your current life is thriving like never before or struggling to hang on, a major turn of events is coming to change up your daily routine. Hey, Cadillac. The Tower. Unfortunately, this turn of events will bring about more obstacles and challenges in the near future. Prepare yourself in advance to get through them as painlessly as possible.
Hopefully what you have witnessed in my crystal ball in the last few minutes resonates with you and your personal circumstances. My job is not yet complete, however, since I will now take this information that we've gathered about you and use them to help predict the major events that will take place in your future. This is always my favorite part, so be sure to hang on to your seats as we look into the crystal ball one last time.
Steel clouds. Wait, what? wait, what? Steel clouds will move over the Vistula, commencing an outbreak of chaos all around the globe. In the fight against a sweeping ideology, a fruitless effort by a world power will commence in the jungle. An invisible yet deadly fire will rage in the motherland and will continue to rage for eons after its birth. Fighting for a better life, many will wither in speaking out against the leaders in the land of the Yangtze. Four steel beasts will plunge into the heart of freedom, ending an era of peace and fearlessness. The earth will tremble and send terrible waves over the land, with many washing away in its wake. In the land of the rising sun, Poseidon will creep in and ignite a fire similar to one from decades prior. What? Wait. You're going too fast. You're going too fast, video. An alliterative yet deadly storm will descend on a large gulf, bringing widespread destruction with it. God damn it. A streak of fire from the heavens will cripple the globe in an era of machine supremacy. Goodness. An attempt to cut off the Hydra of Freedom's head goes awry, with the assassins condemned to death. A vast yet frozen land will tear itself asunder over the essentials of life and the struggle for freedom. Birds of prey carrying on Prometheus's legacy will be smothered by the ignorant and brash. Ethereal trade will be shut down by the Achilles heel of the very medium itself. A hostile northern brother will take over its southern sibling with extreme force. A forest with a rich and luscious ecosystem will meet a fiery demise only Hades can match. Virulent pestilence will render the riches of the sea inedible by many on the earth. All life on earth perishes. Oh.
Your future looks quite bright to me, my dearings. So much to look forward to.
Following audio has been recovered from an audio cassette tape believed to have belonged to Tommy Parsons, an 18-year-old backpacker who mysteriously vanished on his trip on the Pinewood Trail in the Appalachian Mountains. It is believed the contents of this tape, along with any others he has recorded, hold the answers to what happened to Tommy Parsons on his ill-fated journey through the Appalachian Mountains. The audio here is believed to be the first audio tape recorded by Tommy Parsons on this trip. A transcript of the audio will be provided on screen. Oh,
Alright, is this
we
thing
like you,
actually
Kyreo.
on? Because I can't see if... Oh, there it is. Hello, my name is Tommy Parsons, and I just got started on a 4-day backpacking trip on the Pinewood Trail to help me process and work through some things before heading out to college in the fall. I'm recording this because I wanted to have something to help me remember the experiences I'll have on this trip, and allow me to vent about some things if need be. I set out on the Pinewood Trail from the Sycamore Knob Trailhead roughly 10 minutes ago now, and I plan to finish my trip in Dearhorn City, where my folks will pick me up around the Dearhorn Community Park the trail runs through. I'll make a new entry anytime I have some thoughts to share or to document anything interesting that happens. Until then, I'll leave this here for now. Back again. Not much has happened since the last entry I made half an hour ago. To be honest, the forest is as thick as ever, and the trail has gotten slightly steeper since then. I'm looking forward to the nicer views and such further on down, however. There's quite a few other people out hiking on the trail as I speak. It's a wonderful morning out, and the forecast says it's going to get quite warm in the afternoon. So I don't blame them for wanting to get out earlier rather than later. Although I like to be by myself when walking in nature normally, it's nice to know other people like to be out here and getting away from the monotony of life and taking in fresh air. Wish there were more people like that out there, you know? Anyway, got to leave this here for now. Got a particularly steep part of the trail coming up. Almost a climb, really. And don't want to be recording during that time, lest I drop this recorder on a rock and bust a thing. We'll ship back in here soon.
This is well done. This is cute.
It's about 1 p.m. now, and I stopped for lunch near a small pond off to the side of the trail. Figured I would make an entry while I eat and relax a spell before heading back into the trail. By my measure, I am currently on pace to arrive in Dearhorn City on the 25th, since the nearby pond was on the trail map that I used to plan this trip, and thought I would arrive here in the early afternoon. Given its distance from Sycamore Knob and my usual walking place, honestly, if this entire trail was as smooth as what I've been on thus far, I'll probably get to Dearhorn City on the 24th. But the rougher parts of it will add more time to the whole thing. It's crazy how nature is more complicated than we typically give it credit for. For instance, I've been watching a flock of nearby geese, and it's really cool to see how structured and organized they actually are. They always have 2 geese stand on watch for any threats that may come for them. I've seen how they can go after people that would wander too close, and it's pretty terrifying, I have to admit. Anyway, I'm going to finish up lunch and rest up for a few minutes before I head back out. I'll leave this entry here, but we'll be sure to update things when something interesting happens. Fairly quick entry here, but I want to make note of a somewhat nice view I had encountered a few minutes ago. Wasn't much, but it was a nice scenic view of the river that was running by the trail with mountains off in the distance. Also identified what might be Overlook Peak in the far distance. I'll be passing through on the descent down into Dearhorn City. You can actually get a very clear view of the city right before you
The
descend
scariest
down
thing in
into
this
it.
series so far.
So that's something that I'm looking forward to. I'll check in again at dinner time, but got to start back on the trail again now. I just finished setting up camp on the outskirts of a large clearing underneath some of the surrounding trees, and am in the process of cooking dinner right now. Figured I'd make an entry while I wait, you know. First off, wanted to say that I made good progress today. My goal for today was the Evanston campsite, which is located pretty close to where I actually set up camp. I didn't set up at the campsite itself, though, due to some obnoxious teens, college people, partying over in that area. Jeez, it's almost like the high school drama never actually stopped after we graduated. Anyway, though, I should be able to make it to Dearhorn City by the middle of the 4th day if things continue to go well. I don't anticipate being back on here until tomorrow morning, but I'll be sure to record any thoughts of mine that need to be memorialized. Until next time.
Okay, there was nothing super weird about that. But I guess we'll see where it goes. I forgot he was gonna vanish. Forgot about that part. Tape 2. Roll 'em!
I can't believe it's already morning. I had a good night's sleep last night, but I always feel like I'm a lighter sleeper when I'm away from home for some reason. Anyway, I just finished up eating breakfast a few minutes ago, and I'm currently looking at the trail maps to determine where I need to be at various parts of the day today. From the looks of things, I should be stopping for lunch somewhere around the Abington campsite, which is actually fairly close to the river I had seen yesterday afternoon. And should be setting up camp close to the Old Hickory campsite, which is on the outskirts of a forest near the Pinewood Glades, which looks really beautiful from the photos I was looking at before I left. As for the trail itself, it seems...
Two things. I'm just interrupting here, purely for ego reasons. Two things. One, we hit 2,200 subscribers over on YouTube. Thank you very much, folks. And two, you guys got over 100 likes on the stream. Thank you very much. Good job, everybody. I knew I could believe in you. You wild stallions, you. Also, I hope people are doing all right in the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. Drew in Georgia holding it down in Twitch chat, but hope y'all still enjoying it, if even if you're not Drew in Georgia. And YouTube chat, hope you're keeping it sleazy.
This will be much hillier and challenging than the trail I had traversed yesterday, since the upcoming stretch of trail does enter the
that's okay, Drew in Georgia.
Of the Appalachia. This should lead to a lot of nicer views, though, provided the weather and the trees don't obscure too much of it. Looks like it'll be a mostly sunny day today, though, if the sky above is anything to go by, so I'll be sure to make note of any noteworthy views I encounter. Going to get geared up and head out onto the trail now, but I'll check in at lunchtime or before then if anything interesting happens between now and then. Alright, just arrived at the Abington campsite at approximately 1:30 p.m. and I'm getting ready to prepare lunch in a bit. I figured I'd give an update while I get all that ready to save time. The first part of the hike today went pretty well overall, though I almost slipped and fell navigating a particularly steep uphill part of the trail about an hour after I had left the Evanston campsite this morning. And the trail followed the river's contours for the most part and saw a couple of fairly nice views while walking along the river. However, none of them were as good as the one from yesterday afternoon, though I have to say that the sunrise over the mountains did make the view more fantastic than they would have if I had seen them in the afternoon, of course. The number of people on the part of the trail I just hiked has dropped down considerably from yesterday. Though I admit, you don't typically get too many day hikers this far out onto the trail. The next trailhead is more than a day's walk from here anyway, so this part of the trail doesn't see too much traffic other than backpackers like me. I can actually be somewhat at peace and look around at nature as I walk along the trail now. Which was the main reason I'm out here doing this in the first place, you know. Alright, I'll end this here for now since lunch is almost finished cooking and I kind of want to eat quickly and get back out on the trail. Since I am a little behind schedule and would like to make up for some lost time. See you later. I'm back, and I just set foot in the Old Hickory campsite at about 6:40 p.m. if my watch is accurate. A little later than expected, but not by any crazy amount or anything. I'll go ahead and get dinner started while I finish this entry. So after I left the Abington campsite, the trail was still fairly hilly and steep in places, but it wasn't anything close to what the terrain was when I nearly slipped and fell earlier today. Didn't really get a whole lot of nice views on the river or the mountains on this stretch of the trail, since there were more trees blocking the view of things than the maps I reviewed had led me to believe. No big deal, really, as long as I get to see and make note of the really great views coming up around Overlook Peak. Supposedly you can see for miles from the top of it, and many folks have used that peak to propose to their significant others and whatnot. So if it's that picturesque, I really got something to look forward to later. I didn't encounter a whole lot of people on the stretch of trail between the Abington and Old Hickory campsites. As I mentioned earlier, that's not entirely surprising, since there isn't any trailheads along the particular stretch, and that would reduce the number of day hikers on that part to almost nobody, unless you're moving along at a decent clip.
Yeah, he was supposed to be at the park like a day ago.
No backpack or anything. Anyway, another good day out on the trail today, despite me almost taking another nasty fall earlier. Can't wait to see what kinds of things and views I'll see in the last 2 days of my journey here. I'll be back on in case something comes to mind, but until then, peace out.
Okay, so I heard this really weird sound a few seconds ago, and I wanted to get this on record so I can try and determine what it is when I get back home. It kind of sounded something like, yeah, that sound. That doesn't sound like any animal I've ever seen or heard of before. I know that animals can make some unusual sounds when they're doing mating calls or whatever, but that sound is just so unnatural and freaky sounding to me. I don't know what that is or how far away it is. I hope it doesn't come any closer to the campsite. I really don't want to know what the... Alright, I'm just going to end this here for now, because I don't know if that thing has very acute hearing or something. And I'd rather not be this thing's late-night snack. Bye.
I think Tommy Parsons might be taking up residence in that thing's tummy. Gotta say. Tape 3, baby.
Didn't get as much sleep as I wanted to last night. Not sure if it was the fear of whatever that thing was last night or something else entirely. But I feel a lot more lethargic now than I was feeling yesterday morning. I already finished my breakfast, and I honestly probably would have missed making an entry here if I hadn't noticed my recorder poking out of my bag as I was putting everything away. It's also a bit chilly this morning compared to what the temperatures were for the past 2 days. However, I recall that a cold front was supposed to move into the area today, so that would explain the lower temperatures and the cloud cover I'm seeing at the moment. It'll be nice to have lower temperatures for once, since the afternoons got pretty sweltering at times. And I think I'll have more energy on the trail now that the sun isn't constantly beating me into submission. I was looking at the trail maps to determine where to stop for lunch, water, and whatnot, and it seems that I should arrive at the Ridgeview campsite at about 1:15 p.m. and I'll arrive at the Moore campsite at about 7 p.m. So that's what I'll be shooting for today. I gotta get going now, though, if I hope to make it to the locations in time, so I'll be ending this entry here, and we'll report back with an update when I stop for lunch or something worth documenting happens. Okay, it's been about 2 hours since I left the Old Hickory campsite, and I've noticed some strange things as I've been walking along. First of all, I have not seen a single other person hiking or backpacking on the trail other than
Aw,
myself.
you done
today.
got, son.
While the absence of day hikers was to be expected, the fact that I have not seen another backpacker at all during this time is a little concerning to me. Especially since this is the time of the year most people go out to hike and backpack before the temperatures become unbearable during the summer months. Granted, I tend to like being alone while I walk in nature, but I still would like to see at least one or two other people every so often in case I need to get help in the middle of this Appalachian wilderness. Speaking of wilderness, take a listen at this. Yeah, that's the other weird thing I've noticed a little while ago. Nature is absolutely dead silent right now. No insects buzzing, no birds chirping, no deer or other animals rustling somewhere. Nothing. It's actually kind of unnerving, really, since I'm here partially to indulge in the natural world. And nature being dead silent sounds anything but natural to me.
Oh, did he get abducted by aliens?
Hopefully nature becomes a little more alive between now and then. I'm currently prepping lunch at the Ridgeview campsite, although I actually almost completely missed it because of the lack of signage indicating its location to hikers. It's also looking more dilapidated than the previous campsites I've encountered. Although the maintenance of these campsites and shelters have been known to be somewhat spotty from time to time, still I can't help if it's just me not thinking straight like usual, the atmosphere throwing off my mood, or something else going on with me for me to just completely bypass a place I had planned to stop at for lunch. Nature has remained really silent since I ended my last century, though I have heard some distant noises about 10 minutes before I arrived at Ridgeview campsite. They weren't the same kinds of sounds I heard last night, but they still didn't sound like any kind of animal sound I've ever heard in my life. I don't know what's going on between the lack of anybody else on the trail and these other weird things going on, but it's starting to creep me out quite a bit, and I don't really want to stay in one spot for too long, lest something undesirable happens to me. So, on that note, I'm going to finish cooking lunch, eat, and get out as soon as possible. I hope I'm just being paranoid or something, but I don't like the feelings I'm getting right now. Okay, I'm probably way more tired than I thought I was, but I could have sworn I saw something moving through the trees just now. I'm thinking it's just me moving my head too fast, and that's making me see big things moving up my peripheral vision. But with all the other weirdness that's been going on since this morning, I'm not sure what to think anymore. I think I'm just going to hurry towards the Moore campsite now, so I can just set up camp, eat dinner, and just go straight to sleep before the sun sets. I really don't want to be awake at night with all this crap going on around me. As for the whole sightseeing thing, I only really care about the views of the top Overlook Peak anymore. I had wanted to get a look at some of the other views this section of the Pinewood Trail had to offer, but I don't feel comfortable standing around unnecessarily at the moment. I'm currently inside my tent at the Moore campsite. I've already eaten dinner and everything despite me being 2 hours ahead of schedule. I'm trying to get some sleep right now, but yeah, I'm not really succeeding at that. I'm starting to hear some similar noises to what I was hearing last night, and I'm just doing really anything I can to help me get some rest, since I think my lack of adequate rest last night is affecting my mind in some way. And I want to compensate for that by getting extra rest tonight. I won't be back until tomorrow morning because I really need the rest tonight, right now. Good night, everyone.
I feel really bad for Tommy. Rip, my dude. His voice acting is really good.
Well, I finally got some decent rest last night, and I actually feel pretty darn good this morning. I think my head was just playing tricks on me yesterday, since I don't feel any of the paranoia and stress that I had taken over me yesterday. Missed out on some halfway decent views yesterday in my panic, but I think some of the trees in those spots obscured the best part of those views anyway. So it probably wouldn't have been the best use of my time to stop for them, independent of all that. I'm finishing up breakfast here in a few moments, and I'll be headed out to finish my trip backwards. I should reach the top of the Overlook Peak at around noon today, and will arrive in Dearhorn City an hour or so after that. Despite the events that took place yesterday, I had a pretty good trip in all. I got to see some pretty cool natural vistas and got to decompress my mind a bit before heading out to college in the fall. The recordings I made will definitely help make this trip a memorable one, and something worth reflecting on years after the trip is over. Nature's still pretty quiet at the moment, but I suspect that to be more so because of where I've set up camp than anything else. I think things will liven up as I set out onto the trail one last final time. I'm now ascending the slope of Overlook Peak as I'm speaking. I heard the views are absolutely killer at the top, so I'm definitely excited to see what lies in wait.
I'm really worried what he's gonna find at the top of
hiking
Overlook
in the
Peak.
Appalachian wilderness has led up to this. Let's hope it's as awesome as people say it is. Oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 no. This isn't right. This isn't right. This isn't right. This isn't right. Okay, I don't have any way to say this, so I'm just gonna say it. Dearhorn City is gone. It is straight up gone. I had a clear view of everything at the top of Overlook Peak, and I couldn't see any sign of civilization for miles in any direction. Currently running down the trail in the direction of where Dearhorn City should have been, in the hopes of finding anyone that can help me find out what the is happening here. The sounds I've been hearing earlier are starting to pick up a bit too. And I'm actually becoming very scared about everything that has happened since yesterday. I hope I'm just going blind. I'm not looking hard enough for Dearhorn City from the peak. But I have a feeling that everything that's happening right now is not normal and that I could be in very real danger from whatever is making those creepy noises. I'm running towards Dearhorn City right now. I'm hoping my parents are there so I can get the out of here. I really don't want to be here anymore. My worst fears have come to pass. Currently standing where Dearhorn City was supposed to be. Standing where Dearhorn Community Park should be, in fact. I see nothing but forest as far as the eye can see. This doesn't make any sense to me at all. How does an entire city just up and vanish like this? Not only that, but how come there's an entire forest where a sizable town once was? Teleportation isn't something that can happen. So what happened to it during the course of half a week? I've also seen no other person on the trail at all today. I can't even begin to make sense of that in light of what I saw earlier. I'm going to try and figure something out over lunch, because I generally do not know what to do. I'm scared beyond belief. Either night fell about an hour or so ago, and I just don't know what to do at this point. It's hard to come up with any logical explanation or course of action because the situation I'm in is just anything but logical, really. I'll try to think of something I can do as I try to get some sleep tonight, but I can't help but think of my parents right now. Definitely worry sick about me right now. Not knowing their one and only son is trapped in this Lovecraftian nightmare world. And that there's nothing anyone can do. There's nothing anyone can do to get me out.
Poor kid.
I'm going to get off. I need to think about things. I pray that I can get out of this abysmal situation.
Oh shit, there's another one. Well, clearly they found the recordings. Date unknown.
Alright, I did some thinking last night, and although everything man-made has vanished to who knows where, the overall terrain and natural features of everything is the same as before. That being said, I'm considering hiking up a neighboring mountain peak to overlook Peak, Mount Stanley, to get a better lay of the land and see if there's anything that stands out, and try to come up with a plan from there. I luckily packed some spare breakfast in case my trip took an extra day to complete. But if I can't find anyone here soon, starvation is going to be a serious threat if I don't scavenge from the wilderness around me. Oh, and you may hear my teeth rattling a bit. That's because last night the temperatures dropped a ton and it is now snowing outside. Snowy. In mid-May. I don't even know what to even think of that. My sleeping bag isn't even rated for below freezing temperatures. So this is going to be problematic if I don't find a way out of this place soon. I'm heading towards Mount Stanley now. Hopefully I can find something here that can help me determine my next steps. Literally and figuratively. Even in the face of danger, I can still muster up some humor. Keeps me from going insane, really, so I'm not going to complain. I would have checked in before reaching the top of Mount Stanley, so as to save battery power in this thing, but I found somethings actually, that are just beyond explanation. In front of me is a clearing filled with a bunch of various backpacks and knapsacks scattered about, along with an assortment of other items strewn amongst the packs. I'm going to go through some of them now to see if I can scavenge food and other items and make my own supplies last longer. Alright, this is the weirdest thing I've seen since all this began. This backpack and the items contained within it seem to be from the 18th century or something. Because the food and the items in there look nothing like anything that's used in 1989. There's also a flintlock muzzle loading rifle near the pack as well, although I don't see any ammo for it in any of the nearby packs, and even if there was an ammo for it, I'm not familiar enough with it to actually use it to defend myself. This pack is way smaller than the last one, and I honestly would have skipped over it had it not contained a bag of what looks like trail mix and a device with a Macintosh logo on it. Although I was not aware Macintosh made handheld products until now. It seems to have a glass screen on it and several buttons on the side. Let me see what it does. Oh. Whoa. I've never heard of Macintosh releasing a handheld product like this. The screen appears to be made of glass and it says I can swipe to unlock it.
Oh, we got time distortion,
like,
baby.
Oh, there we go. Looks like it needs a password to unlock. I'll hang on to this for now, since this might have information about how this couple ended up in the same predicament I'm in. And it may have an answer
you know what?
to how to get out of here. I'm going to loot the rest of the bags in this clearing, and I'll start my way back up Mount Stanley.
He thinks that the bag with the iPhone in it and the bag from the 18th century were a couple. Yeah, it sounds like he found an iPhone. And he's from 1989. I'm wondering maybe Tommy Parsons gets out of this. Maybe he's in the future somewhere.
Afterwards. Alright, finished looting everything that would be of use to me. Got enough food to last me for a few days at least. Some extra blankets, clothes, and gloves from a warrant, and the handheld Macintosh device from the other small pack. I've also snagged a .357 revolver that was next to one of the trees on the outskirts of the clearing. I guess it was from some hunting party that got wrapped up in all of this at some point. Isn't much, but at least I have some way to defend myself from whatever is out there. I haven't seen anyone or anything living since my third day out here. But I'm not convinced I'm alone out here, given how horrendous those things out there sound. I'm nearing the top of Mount Stanley now, and I should be able to get a better picture of what's going on when I reach the top. The view seems mostly clear. No trees obscuring the view in any direction. But who knows what I'll see when I reach the top.
Maybe he's going to reveal himself by going to the top of Mount Stanley. Those things are going to find him.
I'm at the top of the mountain now. And looking around up here, I don't see anything but snow-covered treetops and mountains as far as I can see. So it doesn't look like any human presence is to be found anywhere near where I am. I say human because I do see a silhouette of some creature towering over the trees in the far distance, and see the trees across the river moving and swaying a bit, as if a group of animals were moving through them. So I guess I'm not actually alone out here, but I hope to not encounter that giant creature or a group of creatures in the forest anytime soon, or ever.
Shit. Are those dinosaurs,
I'm going to go
chat?
off to the side of the mountain and rest in a small flat area that I found while ascending to the peak. Going to eat a little something and figure out what to do next. Maybe I'll try and get into that Macintosh handheld thing as I go to sleep or something.
Tape 6, let's go.
I've been walking along the river for several days now. Food ran out 2 days ago, but I noticed something else weird about this place. Time doesn't seem to pass normally here. I haven't been hungry or thirsty at all since I last ate 2 days ago. Also, the date on the Macintosh handheld hasn't advanced past the April 29th date at all since I picked it up all that while ago. My watch hasn't moved hands either since then, too. And the days are just blending into one another for me. I can swear I hear something stalking me in the woods near the river as I walk along it. Honestly, don't even know why I keep walking along the river anyway. Perhaps it's some vain hope that it leads somewhere that will give me answers as to what this place is and why I'm here. Honestly, don't mind if whatever this thing following me kills me. Since I know I won't say. I know I won't see my parents, my old friends, or even, I won't even see my world again. I'm all out of ideas on what to do. If you don't hear any more entries from me from this point forward, if anyone ever listens to this, you'll know what happened. Okay. I don't know if my eyes are deceiving me or not, but I think I spot a somewhat small building at the corner of the river I've been walking along for God knows how long, and a lake that the river empties into. I'm going to try and cross the river to get there, although that may not be an easy task since the river's not narrow in this particular area. There does seem to be some rather thick ice in the narrower position of the river, though, so I'll try crossing the river there. I've made it across the river. Now on towards the building. Going to hurry because those creepy ass sounds are coming back, and I know for a fact I'm being followed at this point. That was close. But what is this building? What is an office building doing all the way out in this area? There's absolutely no one here, and the place looks like it has been abandoned for quite some time. I'm trying to find any documents that can explain what this building is and
Oh, is he in a Jurassic Park?
What
That'd be
this
so
weird
cool.
world I'm stumbled into is. Exploration report. The vast research outpost, Romeo Bravo. Department of United States Department of Anomalies. I never heard of this governmental agency in my life, but everything looks so official. Too official to be fake. And what's the vast? Is it this realm I stumbled into, or... Oh, they found a way in here. I'm going to take all these papers with me and just try to find a way out of it. Oh, gosh. Oh, God.
Oh, poor Tommy. No, Tommy! Oh, Tommy. You or anyone you know is in possession of an audio cassette tape with anyone that sounds like Tommy Parsons. Oh! Okay, wait, they think there might be more audio tapes. Yeah, this entire series is done by the channel.
Recall now.
Is done by a channel called the Minerva Alliance. Recovered footage, unusual ad, council, PSA from 1998.
All across America, people get together with friends and family to spend time with one another and share some of life's most treasured moments. From holiday gatherings of family to hangouts with friends, these are just some of the occasions that will create memories that will last a lifetime. However, there's a small yet powerful menace that can bring everything to an end. Just like that. While there isn't anything you can do to stop this menace from striking, what you can do is make as many memories of those you care about as possible, because the regret of not spending enough time with them and not getting to do the things you wanted with them hurts long after they have passed. So spend time with someone you care for today.
What
you may
the
not have
fuck?
another moment to spare.
What the fuck? You never know when it will happen. The fuck was that? Okay, now we're on recovered footage, Quakin' and Shaken, Earthquake Safety Reel. California Seismic Safety Commission presents Quakin' and Shaken, How to Protect You and Your Family from Earthquakes from 1969. Earthquakes are a common occurrence in California, and they have the potential to devastate our communities if we do not prepare for them. This quick informational reel will give you all the information you need to prepare for any earthquake that may occur in your area. What is an earthquake? Earthquakes are vibrations on the Earth's surface caused by propagating pressure waves produced through the release of energy within Earth's lithosphere. The sudden movement of tectonic plates along fault lines is the most commonly known cause of earthquakes. This is due to the release of energy stored within the plates as they attempt to move past each other. However, earthquakes can result from other causes as well and are helpful to keep in mind and be aware of. Other known causes of earthquakes in California include but are not limited to mining blasts, nuclear tests, and creatures of the deep. Right? That's I'm sorry, what? Subterranean creatures. How are earthquakes measured? Throughout California, geological survey stations record seismic activity at various locations throughout the state. This activity is plotted through a seismograph, which plots the magnitude and ground velocity of the time between the vibrations. However, earthquakes can be measured by the energy they release as well. This is measured on the Richter scale, which is dependent on the maximum amplitude and the location of which the seismograph. A reference table for various magnitude earthquakes and their characteristics are provided in the supplemental documents you received prior to this presentation. You can also ask your presenter for further information following the presentation. Protection measures to take. Earthquakes can happen anywhere and at any time. Knowing what to do with one occurs will depend on your location and circumstance. However, because indoor environments are commonplace for many, following the measures when indoors. Step 1. Drop to your knees and make yourself a smaller target for any objects that may fall. Take cover beneath the desk or table to shield yourself from falling objects. If none are available, cover your neck and your arms near the interior wall. Hold on to the desk or table you're sheltered under and prepare to move with your shelter. Remain silent. No matter what you see or hear, they will know where you are if you don't. Jesus. It is normal to experience feelings of fear and anxiety while burrower worms are hunting for food. However, silence is your best defense for both you and those around you. Loose lips. Safety's lips. Jesus, what? Thank you for watching this presentation from the California Seismic Safety Commission. We hope this presentation was informative and meaningful to you. Any questions about any topic? Wait. Any questions about any topic you've seen today could be directed to your presenter or the nearest Seismic Safety Commission office. Can we take a look at that worm? Jesus Christ, dude. I'm loosely basing that voice that I was using off of Lionel Hutz from Simpsons. Okay, this is New Comstock Community's Choice, 1997. Wait, I gotta... You are watching Valley 3, WNCS LP. Program schedule for today, Saturday the 13th of 97. Now special programming, weather at 8. Later, community hour. Valley 3, New Comstock's Community Television. The following program is broadcast at the request of the New Comstock City Council. Welcome! Although most of the new Comstock Day festivities are now over, the day's most important activity is only moments away, the annual New Comstock Community Choice event. In this event, citizens crown the winners from today's various contests, as well as decide the matters that will impact the town for the next year. While in-person participation is preferable, this program allows those unable to attend the program to participate via telephone, with the program airing concurrently with the in-person event. Participating in this manner assumes you agree to the rules and regulations of this year's event. This is to ensure the dignity of all involved. The voting system will go online in a few moments. Please be patient while the system is configured. Please call the number on your screen and be connected to the automated voting system, 931-421-7790. Voting begins in 3 seconds. 2, 1, begin. Issue 1. Please indicate which establishment served the best dish at the cookout competition. Was it the Drunken Yardbird, Dover Family Restaurant, Porkable BBQ Shack, Silver Star Chili? The winner, Dover Family Restaurant. Issue 2. Please indicate which art piece was the best in the Community Arts and Crafts Showcase. Birth of a Town, Mountain Peak at Sunset, The Recycled Man, New Comstock Then and Now. It was New Comstock Then and Now. What a surprise. Congratulations. Issue 3. Please indicate which finalists performed the best in the Miss New Comstock Beauty Pageant. Nicole Baysworth, Bianca Forsyth, Ashley Dover, Stephanie Tullis. It was Nicole Baysworth. Thank you all for participating today in the beauty pageant. Issue 4. Please select one candidate for the title of Bestower of Honor. Richard Dover, Jesse Longmuir, Alan Eastbrook, or Samuel Pringle. It was Richard Dover. Oh, best of luck next time to everyone else. Issue 5. Please select one candidate for the title of Receiver of Honor. David Krestenberg, Jonathan Mowry, Jeff Gibson, and Matt Hayes. Jeff Gibson, you will be the Receiver of Honor at this year's awards. Issue 6. Please select one tool to sacrifice the Receiver of Honor with: a hatchet, a sword, a spear, or a dagger. A dagger, overwhelmingly. We're not shaking things up this year. Issue 7. Please select one organ to extract from the Receiver of Honor: kidneys, heart, lungs, or stomach. You can live without one of those things. Oh, we're going to take the lungs today. Please select one of the Receiver of Honor's personal items to serve as an offering: a wedding band, a family photo, awards trophy, or a Rolex watch. It's a nice watch, but that wedding band taking the prize home. Please indicate whether or not you accept Alazareth as the savior of our town and that he led us to prosperity. Yes or no? Yes, 98%. A little bit lower than last year. Issue 10. Please indicate whether or not you will serve Alazareth in any way he desires you to from this point forward. 100% yes. Oh, excellent. Connecting to live feed. Thank you for your participation. May Alazareth's blessings be upon you. Program schedule. Weather at 8. Next will be Community Hour. And we have one more. There's one more. Boyd's Pest Control. Ha! Productions! Notice, property of Boyd's Pest Control LLC. The following videotape contains trade secrets and is intended for use by only Boyd's Pest Control. Boyd's Pest Control Employee Training Video, 1996. An employee of Boyd's Pest Control, you are now part of the force committed to removing unwanted organisms from the homes of our customers. This brief video provides an introduction to the most common pests you'll encounter, including how to deal with them if found in a customer's home. Please note that this video is not a comprehensive guide to your roles and responsibilities as a Boyd's Pest Control employee, and that you should consult your employee handbook or your supervisor for more details on specific topics. Section 1, Supplies and Equipment. Supplies and equipment. During your shift, you'll be driving a Boyd's Pest Control vehicle equipped with all the necessary supplies you'll need during a service call. Brief description of the supplies and equipment provided in the van as follows. The rack and driver's side of the van stores a variety of different types of hardware that you'll need to perform your duties, including insect and rodent traps, toolboxes, and lighting equipment. The rack on the passenger side of the van stores a variety of chemical substances you may want during your duties, including various pesticides and cleaning agents, as well as an emergency container of gasoline. Always wash your hands. It is your responsibility to ensure all supplies are restocked accordingly and all equipment is either in working order or submitted to maintenance when your shift is ended. Section 2, Common Pests. Species are carpenter ants. In a household wood, especially when moist. Symptoms of infestation: chewed wood. Commonly encountered in forests in the American Midwest, carpenter ants hollow out damp wood in order to form nests, which can result in catastrophic damage to the integrity of a house if they take up residence in a household lumber. Common rats. Symptoms of infestation: chew marks on packaged foodstuffs, droppings on or around foodstuffs. While they are potential to be destructive and invasive while inside a dwelling, they are some of the easiest pests to deal with. Baited mechanical traps are often sufficient for eliminating and disposing of rats, causing a problem in a customer's home. Black widow spiders. Symptoms of infestation: presence of cobwebs in inhabited areas. While the bites of these spiders are venomous and potentially fatal, they can be easily removed using a catch-and-release style method. However, black widow spiders with yellow markings are to be left alone as they bless the house of the customer. Shadowmanders. What? Presence of black residue on surfaces, odd clicking sounds emanating from seemingly unoccupied rooms. Just real quick, what was that? Oh, it's right there. Cool. Oh, you can only see them in the dark. Awesome. While they are more rare than ants, mice, or termites, shadowmanders can be a challenge to remove due to their ability to disappear whenever too much visible light shines on their body. This ability serves as camouflage as the creatures and is unique in the animal kingdom. However, as the creatures are made visible by and do not react to UV radiation, black lights can be used to make shadowmanders visible and can afterwards be captured using traditional animal removal techniques. Section 3. Special pests. Was that last one not special enough? Oh, good! A disposal moth! Found inside pipes and garbage disposals. Symptoms of infestation: frequent sink floodings, clogged pipes, abnormal sounds when disposal is turned on. Found within the plumbing of buildings, disposal moths can be difficult to remove depending on its location. However, if a disposal moth is located near the mouth of a sink, they can be carefully pulled out using a large pair of tongs to avoid bites and other injuries. The ectomold. Apparitions appearing inside of the house, objects moving on their own, fog on the lower levels of the house. It's found in the homes of the superstitious. Ectomold is a non-toxic variant of black mold that has been linked to various paranormal phenomena in houses they infest, ranging from mild poltergeist activity to demonic possession of residents. Ectomold must be removed immediately. To remove ectomold, quickly obtain the emergency gasoline from your service vehicle. Pour the contents of the can around the lowest part of the ectomold infestation. Light the gasoline from a safe distance. Flee the house immediately after doing so. Call the on-duty Boyd's Pest Control Supervisor and inform them of the incident. Wait, what was the last one? Ensure that the bodies of all occupants are charred beyond recognition. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. Oh no. Oh no, you have to kill the people in the house. The solution is just burning the house down with the people in it. Oh no. Conclusion. This video presentation has been an introduction to your duties as an employee of Boyd's Pest Control. Your supervisor will be able to answer any questions about this presentation and will guide you through the rest of the orientation process. Welcome to Boyd's Pest Control family. The Shadowmanders are cute. And that, dear friends, was the Minerva Alliance, though they did put out, we do have one more video. We didn't go through the updated mission statement. This is an urgent message to anyone that can see this video, regardless of where in the world you are located. The following information may be shocking and or disturbing to you, but it is nevertheless important for ensuring the safety of both you and your loved ones. Our world contains phenomena, objects and entities that are unexplainable by science and logic, and the world's governments are hiding this information from you, claiming them to be unusual cases of ordinary phenomena. And, of course, we have the Ministry of Anomalies, the Department of Anomalies, the Department of Anomalies in Australia, and the Unexplainable Affairs Bureau of Canada. This collective disinformation campaign has resulted in the senseless loss of countless lives around the world and could have been prevented if each country's populace had known about these anomalies beforehand. That is why we founded the Minerva Alliance, a non-profit activist organization founded to inform the world's populace of the anomalies present in the world, so that you can prepare and take action should anomalous activity begin occurring in your area. Our agents work day and night to uncover and provide proof of any anomalous phenomena, whether it is through recovered footage, documentation, or anything in between. We also, if necessary, safeguard any anomalies that are both safely obtainable and pose a severe enough threat to society if allowed to exist outside of our control. It is time that we as citizens of our respective countries stop being kept in the dark about phenomena that could threaten the stability and security of our daily lives if left unchecked. It is time to expose the truth that many worked hard to conceal and deny. Follow this channel and our related accounts for more information and news regarding the anomalous. You deserve to know the truth, and we are committed to providing this information to you. Stay safe and stay strong. The Minerva Alliance. Okay, I think we watched all of the videos on the channel. Is the Minerva Alliance still active? Their last post was from 2021. Sad day. It'd be cool if it was still going. Hey, Jaeger Larson. Yeah, I don't think it's related to SCP, but it is very similar to the concept of SCP. It is fun though that like it has all of the dates. So like if you wanted to, you could go through and like tie them all together into a timeline. I feel like some of them were interconnected, like the weird thunderstorm that was only in like 2 different counties, you know? I feel like maybe that had some kind of relevance to Tommy Parsons. I feel like that's the case, right? I don't know. How we all doing? I very much enjoyed that. It didn't have as much of a cohesive story as I thought there would be, and it also didn't really have a conclusion. It just kind of stopped, which is interesting in its own way, you know? I'm glad we watched it, though. Also, chat, this is gonna count. Have you tried the Mandela catalog? Oh, Danny boy. I have. On my YouTube channel, you can see me going through the Mandela catalog and being freaked the fuck out and trying to figure out what was going on. Mandela catalog is like one of the all-time greatest. Like, it's so good. It's so good. Highly recommend it to anyone. Definitely check it out on my channel if you enjoyed watching along with me tonight. Folks, this is your top of the hour ad break. Hello, are you having fun? Are you enjoying stream? Hit the follow button. Do it. Hit the follow button on Twitch. Do it. Do it. Also, if you're over on YouTube, hit the subscribe button and consider hitting the like button on the stream. And folks, if you're over in riverboat.gg, please consider dropping some subs or donos, because those are what keep me from dying, and your donos keep me alive and help me to make more content for viewers like you. Because again, ad revenue don't pay the bills when you're a small content creator like me, baby. Yeah, so goodness. Have I played Alternate Watch? I have not. Rest in peace, Tommy. You were a real one. Srim is cool. Sunny. Well, folks, I have loved streaming for 7 hours for all of you, but my energy battery was low going into this. So I am going to hop off and try and get some sleep. Thank you all for being here, though. I really appreciate all of you being here and your support, your eyeballs. I appreciate all of it. So thank you very much, and I hope I see you newcomers. I hope you come back, and for all you old timers, make sure you come back, because I always wonder where you guys go when you disappear. So I hope you all had a good time. It is 4 o'clock in the morning where I'm at, so I'm going to go and pass out. Let's see, we will raid into... Raid into... We'll raid into Doodleburb. You guys will love Doodleburb. They're a non-binary VTube content creator who covers news and politics and also does art. You'll love them. They're amazing and they're great. Starting the raid. Hope you all enjoyed your stay. Hope you all enjoyed the stream. Doodleburb is still awake. It looks like it. Are they not? Yeah, they're awake. They're going over looks like the new ContraPoints video. Here you go. Hope you all enjoy it. Good night, everybody. Do 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 do.